here.
Vicky Vale.
Hi. Bruce Wayne.
And what do you do for a living?
I'd like you to handle this operation personally.
Me? Nice outfit.
Hold on a second. I can't make it then either. I've got a very important meeting today.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man! What are you?
I'm Batman.
Lieutenant, is there a 6-foot bat in Gotham City?
Alfred, let's go shopping.
Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker.
I feel a little drunk. And you're not anything.
Hey, one drink and I'm flying.
Winged freak terrorizes. Wait till they get a load of me.
It's unbelievable. People are paying $6 just to see the Batman trailer. All over America, Batman posters are disappearing right off the walls. Can these horrible bat trams be stopped? Can bat-hungry fans ever be satisfied? Yes. Entertainment Tonight comes to the rescue with the exclusive world premiere of Batman scenes that you can see before they get to any theater.
We can't show it yet, so the only way to see this Bat exclusive is to tune in to the next Entertainment Tonight.
Tonight at 7:30, right after Jeopardy, here on Channel 7.
Hello. Gotham Corner Store? Yes, we seem to be down to our last Diet Coke. A gentleman is on his way to pick some up. Just look for a black car. No, this black car will be rather difficult to miss. And by the way, the gentleman is usually in quite a rush.
Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke.
Batman is a 1989 superhero film based on the DC Comics character of the same name, created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. Directed by Tim Burton, the film was produced by John Peters and Peter Guber, and stars Jack Nicholson, Michael Keaton, Kim Basinger, Robert Wuhl, Pat Hingle, Billy D. Williams, Michael Gough, and Jack Palance. The film takes place in the early war on crime of the title character and depicts his conflicts with his archenemy, the Joker. After Burton was hired as director in 1986, Steve Englehart and Julie Hickson wrote film treatments before Sam Hamm wrote the first screenplay. The tone and themes of the film were partly influenced by Alan Moore and Brian Ballard's The Killing Joke and Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. The film primarily adapts and then diverges from the Red Hood origin story of the Joker, having Batman inadvertently cause gangster Jack Napier to fall into Access Chemicals acid, triggering his transformation into the psychotic Joker. Nicholson accepted the role of Joker under strict conditions that depicted top billing, a portion of the film's earnings, including associated merchandise, and his own shooting schedule. Filming took place at Pinewood Studios from October 1988 to January 1989. The budget escalated from $30 million to $48 million. Critics and audiences particularly praised Nicholson and Keaton's performances, Burton's direction, the production design, and Elfman's score. The film was followed by 3 sequels: Batman Returns in 1992, with both Burton and Keaton returning, Batman Forever in 1995 with Joel Schumacher directing and Val Kilmer in the lead role, and Batman and Robin in 1997, which featured George Clooney in the role. Keaton would later reprise the role of Batman in the DC Extended Universe film The Flash in 2023. The film also led to the development of the Batman the Animated Series from 1992 to 1995, which in turn began the DC Animated Universe of spin-off media, and has influenced Hollywood's modern marketing and development techniques of the superhero film genre. For the production of the film, we start at development. I was never a giant comic book fan, but I've always loved the image of Batman and the Joker. The reason I've never been a comic book fan, and I think it started when I was a child, is because I could never tell which box I was supposed to read. I don't know if it was dyslexia or whatever, but that's why I loved The Killing Joke, because of the first time I could tell which one to read. It's my favourite. It's the first comic book I've ever loved. and the success of those graphic novels made our ideas more acceptable. In the late 70s, Batman's popularity was waning. CBS was interested in producing a Batman in outer space film. Producers Benjamin Melniker and Michael E. Uslan purchased the film rights for Batman from DC Comics on October 3, 1979. It was Uslan's wish to make the definitive, dark, serious version of Batman the way Bob Kane and Bill Finger had envisioned him in 1939, a creature of the night, stalking criminals in the shadows. Richard Maybaum was approached to write a script with Guy Hamilton to direct, but the two turned down the offer. Uslan was unsuccessful with pitching Batman to various movie studios because they wanted to make the film to be like the campy 1960s television series. Columbia Pictures and United Artists were among those to turn down the film. A disappointed Uslan then wrote a script titled Return of the Batman to give the film industry a better idea of his vision for the film. Uslan later compared its dark tone to that of the successful 4-part comic book The Dark Knight Returns, which his script predated by 6 years. In November 1979, producers John Peters and Peter Gruber joined the project. Melniker and Uslan became executive producers. The four felt it was the best to pattern the film's development after that of Superman from 1978. Uslan, Melniker and Gruber pitched Batman to Universal Pictures, but the studio turned it down. Though no movie studios were yet involved, the project was publicly announced with a budget of $15 million in July 1980 at the Comic Art Convention in New York. Warner Brothers, the studio behind the successful Superman film franchise, decided to accept and produce Batman. Tom Mankiewicz completed a script titled The Batman in June 1983, focusing on Batman and Dick Grayson's origins, with the Joker and Robert Thorne as villains, and Silver St. Cloud as the romantic interest. Mankiewicz took inspiration from the limited series Batman Strange Apparitions, written by Steve Englehart. Comic book artist Marshall Rogers, who worked with Englehart on Strange Apparitions, was hired for the concept art. The Batman was announced in late 1983 for a mid-1985 release date on a budget of $20 million. Originally, Mankiewicz had wanted an unknown actor for Batman, William Holden for James Gordon, David Niven as Alfred Pennyworth, and Peter O'Toole as the Penguin, who Mankiewicz wanted to portray as a mobster with a low body temperature. Holden died in 1981 and Niven in 1983, so this would never come to pass. Several filmmakers were attached to Mankiewicz's script, including Ivan Reitman and Joe Dante. Reitman wanted to cast Bill Murray as Batman and Eddie Murphy as Robin. 9 rewrites were performed by 9 separate writers. Most of them were based on Strange Apparitions. However, Mankiewicz's script was still being used to guide the project. Due to the work they did together with The Swamp Thing in 1982, Wes Craven was among the names that Melniker and Uslan considered while looking for a director. After the financial success of Pee-wee's Big Adventure in 1985, Warner Brothers hired Tim Burton to direct Batman. Burton had then-girlfriend Julie Hickson write a new 30-page film treatment, feeling the previous script by Mankiewicz was campy. The success of The Dark Knight Returns and the graphic novel Batman, The Killing Joke rekindled Warner Brothers' interest in a film adaptation. Burton was initially not a comic book fan, but he was impressed by the dark and serious tone found in both The Dark Knight Returns and The Killing Joke. Warner Brothers enlisted the aid of Englehart to write a new treatment in March 1986. Like Mankiewicz's script, it was based on his own Strange Apparitions and included Silver St. Cloud, Dick Grayson, the Joker, and Rupert Thorne, as well as a cameo appearance by the Penguin. Warner Brothers was impressed, but Englehart felt there were too many characters. He removed the Penguin and Dick Grayson in his second treatment, finishing in May 1986. Burton approached Sam Hamm, a comic book fan, to write the screenplay. Hamm decided not to use the origin story, feeling that flashbacks would be more suitable, and that unlocking the mystery would become part of the storyline. You totally destroy the credibility if you show the literal process by which Bruce Wayne becomes Batman. Hamm replaced Silver St. Cloud with Vicky Vale and Rupert Thorne with his own creation, Carl Grissom. He completed his script in October 1986, which demoted Dick Grayson to a cameo rather than a supporting character. One scene in Hamm's script had a young James Gordon on duty the night of the murder of Bruce Wayne's parents. When Hamm's script was rewritten, the scene was deleted, reducing it to a photo in the Gotham Globe newspaper seen in the film. Warner Brothers was less willing to move forward on development, despite their enthusiasm for Hamm's script, which Kane greeted with positive feedback. Hamm's script was then bootlegged at various comic book stores in the United States. Batman was finally given the green light to commence pre-production in April 1988, after the success of Burton's Beetlejuice that same year. When comic book fans found out about Burton directing the film with Michael Keaton starring in a lead role, controversy arose over the tone and direction Batman was going in. Hamm explained, "They hear Keaton's name and they think of any number of Michael Keaton comedies. You think of the 1960s version of Batman, and it was the opposite of our film. We tried to market it with a typical dark and serious tones, but the fans didn't believe us." To combat negative reports on the film's production, Kane was hired as a creative consultant. Batman's co-creator Bill Finger was uncredited at the time of the film's release, and his name was not added to any Batman-related media until 2016. Parallel to the Superman casting, a variety of Hollywood A-listers were considered for the role of Batman, including Mel Gibson, Kevin Costner, Charlie Sheen, Tom Selleck, Bill Murray, Harrison Ford, and Dennis Quaid. Burton was pressured by Warner Brothers to cast an obvious action movie star, and approached Pierce Brosnan, but he had no interest in playing a comic book character. Burton was originally interested in casting an unknown actor, Willem Dafoe, who was falsely reported to be considered for the Joker, but had been considered for Batman early in development. Producer John Peters suggested Michael Keaton, arguing he had the right edgy, tormented quality, after having seen his dramatic performance in Clean and Sober in 1988. Having directed Keaton in Beetlejuice, Burton agreed. The casting of Keaton caused a furore among comic book fans, with 50,000 protest letters sent to Warner Brothers offices. Kane, Hamm, and Uslan were heavily questioned over the casting. Obviously there was a negative response from the comic book people. I think they thought we were going to make it like a 60s TV series, and make it campy, because they thought of Michael Keaton from Mr. Mom and Night Shift, and stuff like that. Keaton studied The Dark Knight Returns for inspiration. Tim Curry, David Bowie, John Lithgow, Brad Dourif, Ray Liotta, and James Wood were all considered for the Joker. Lithgow, during his audition, attempted to talk Burton out of casting him, a decision he would later publicly regret, stating, "I didn't realise it was such a big deal. Burton wanted to cast John Glover, but the studio insisted on using a movie star." Robin Williams had lobbied for the part. Jack Nicholson had been the studio's top choice since 1980. Peters approached Nicholson as far back as 1986 during the filming of The Witches of Eastwick. Unlike Keaton, he was a popular choice for his role. Nicholson had what was known as the off-the-clock agreement. His contract specified the number of hours he was entitled to have off each day, from the time he left the set to the time he reported back for filming, as well as being off for Los Angeles Lakers home games. Nicholson demanded that all of his scenes be shot in a 3-week block, but the schedule lapsed into 106 days. He reduced his standard $10 million fee to $6 million in exchange for a cut of the film's earnings, including associated merchandise, which led to remuneration in excess of $50 million. Biographer Mark Elliott reports that Nicholson may have received as much as $90 million. He also demanded top billing on promotional materials. Sean Young was originally cast as Vicky Vale, but was injured in a horse-riding accident prior to commencement of filming. Young's departure necessitated an urgent search for an actress who, besides being right for the part, could commit to the film at very short notice. Peters suggested Kim Basinger. She was able to join the production immediately and was cast. As a fan of Michael Gough's work in his various Hammer horror films, Burton cast Gough as Bruce Wayne's mysterious butler, Alfred. Reporter Alex Knox was portrayed by Robert Wall. In the original script, Knox was killed by Joker's poison during the climax, but the filmmakers liked the character so much, Will said, that they decided to let me live. Burton chose Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent because he wanted to include the villain Two-Face in a future film, but Tommy Lee Jones was later cast in the role for Batman Forever in 1995, which disappointed Williams. Nicholson convinced the filmmakers to cast his close friend Tracy Walter as the Joker's henchman Bob. Irish child actor Ricky Addison Reed was cast as Dick Grayson before the character was removed by Warren Scarron for the revised shooting script. The rest of the cast included Pat Hingle as Commissioner Gordon, Jerry Hall as Alicia, Lee Wallace as Mayor Borg, William Hootkins as Lieutenant Eckhart, and Jack Palance as the crime boss Carl Grissom. Burton had been impressed with the design of Neil Jordan's The Company of Wolves in 1984, but was unable to hire its production designer Anton Furst for Beetlejuice as he had committed to Jordan's London-themed ghost comedy High Spirits in 1988, a choice he later regretted. A year later, Burton successfully hired Furst for Batman, and they enjoyed working with each other. "I don't think I've ever felt so naturally in tune with a director," Furst said, "conceptually, spiritually, visually, or artistically. There was never any problem because we never fought over anything. Texture, attitude, and feelings are what Burton is a master at." Furst and his art department deliberately mixed clashing architectural styles to make Gotham City the ugliest and bleakest metropolis imaginable. Furst continued, "We imagined what New York City might have become without planning commission. A city run by crime with a riot of architectural styles. An essay in ugliness, as if hell erupted through the pavement and it kept on going." The 1985 film Brazil by Terry Gilliam was also a notable influence upon the film's production design, as both Burton and Furst studied it as a reference. Black and white charcoal drawings of key locations and sets were created by Furst's longtime draftsman Nigel Phelps. Derek Medin served as a visual effects supervisor, overseeing the miniatures and animation. Conceptual illustrator Julian Coldo designed the Batmobile, Batwing, and assorted Bat gadgets that were later constructed by the prop builder John Evans. Keith Short sculpted the final body of the Batmobile, adding 2 Browning machine guns. On designing the Batmobile, First explained, "We looked at jet aircraft components, we looked at war machines, we looked at all sorts of things. In the end, we went with pure expressionism, taking the Salt Flat Racers of the 30s and the Stingray Macho Machines of the 50s. The car was built upon a Chevrolet Impala, when previous development with a Jaguar and Ford Mustang failed. The car itself was later purchased by stand-up comedian ventriloquist Jeff Denham, who had it outfitted with a Corvette engine to make it street legal." Costume designer Bob Ringwood turned down the chance to work on License to Kill in 1989 in favour of Batman. Ringwood found it difficult designing the Batsuit because the image of Batman in the comics is this huge, big, 6'4" hunk with a dimpled chin. Michael Keaton is a guy with an average build, he stated. The problem was to make someone who was average sized and ordinary looking into this bigger-than-life creature, Burton commented. Michael is a bit claustrophobic, which made it worse for him. The costume put him in a dark, Batman-like mood though, so he was able to use it to his advantage. Burton's idea was to use an all-black suit and was met with positive feedback by Bob Kane. Vin Burnham was tasked with sculpting the Batsuit in association with Ali Agnon. John Peters wanted to use Nike product placement with the Batsuit. Ringwood studied over 200 comic books for inspiration. 28 sculpted latex designs were created, 25 different cape looks, and 6 different heads were made, accumulating a total cost of $250,000. Comic book fans initially expressed negative feedback against the Batsuit. Burton opted not to use tights, spandex, or underpants as seen in the comic book, feeling it was not intimidating. Prosthetic makeup designer Nick Dudman used an acrylic-based makeup paint called Pax for Nicholson's chalk white face. Part of Nicholson's contract was approval over the makeup designer. The filmmakers considered filming Batman entirely on the Warner Brothers backlot in Burbank, California, but media interest in the film made them change the location. It was shot at Pinewood Studios in England from October 10th, 1988 to February 14th, 1989, with 80 days of main shooting and 86 days of second unit shooting. 18 sound stages were used, with 7 stages occupied, including the 51-acre backlot for the Gotham City set, one of the biggest ever built at the studio. Locations including Nebworth House and Hatfield House doubling for Wayne Manor, plus Acton Lane Power Station and Little Barford Power Station. The original production budget escalated from $30 million to $48 million. Filming was highly secretive. The unit publicist was offered and refused £10,000 for the first pictures of Nicholson as the Joker. The police were later called in when 2 reels of footage, about 20 minutes worth, were stolen. With various problems during filming, Burton called it torture, the worst period of my life. Ham was not allowed to perform rewrites during the 1988 Writers Guild of America strike. Walton Scarron, who also worked on Burton's Beetlejuice, did rewrites. Jonathan Gems and Charles McEwen rewrote the script during filming. Only Scarron received a screenplay credit with Ham. Ham criticized the rewrites but blamed the changes on Warner Brothers. Burton explained, "I don't understand why that became such a problem. We started out with a script and everyone liked, although we recognized it needed a little work." Dick Grayson appeared in the shooting script but was deleted because filmmakers felt it was irrelevant to the plot. Kane supported the decision. Keaton used his comedic experience for scenes such as Bruce and Vicky's Wayne Manor dinner. He called himself a logic freak and was concerned that Batman's secret identity would be easy to uncover. Keaton discussed ideas with Burton to better disguise his character, including the use of contact lenses. Ultimately, Keaton decided to perform Batman's voice at a lower register than when he was portraying Bruce Wayne, which became the hallmark of the film version of the character, with Christian Bale later using the same technique. Originally, in the climax, the Joker was meant to kill Vicky Vale, sending Batman into a vengeful fury. John Peters reworked the climax without telling Burton and commissioned production designer Anton Furst to create a 38-foot, 12-meter model of the cathedral. This cost $100,000 when the film was already well over budget. Burton disliked the idea, having no clue how the scene would end. Here were Jack Nicholson and Kim Basinger walking up to this cathedral, and halfway up Jack turns around and says, "Why am I walking up these stairs? Where am I going?" "We'll talk about it when you get to the top." I had to tell him that I didn't know. When discussing the central theme of Batman, Director Burton explained, "The whole film and the mythology of the character is a complete duel of the freaks. It's a fight between 2 disturbed people," adding, "The Joker is such a great character because there's complete freedom to him. Any character who operates outside of society and is deemed a freak and an outcast then has the freedom to do whatever they want. There are darker sides to freedom. Insanity is in some scary way the most freedom you can have because you're not bound by the laws of society." Burton saw Bruce Wayne as the bearer of a double identity, exposing one while hiding the reality from the world. Burton biographer Ken Hawke wrote that Bruce Wayne, struggling with his alter ego as Batman, is depicted as an anti-hero. Hank felt that Batman has to push the boundaries of civil justice to deal with certain criminals, such as the Joker. Kim Newman theorized that Burton and the writers saw Batman and the Joker as dramatic antitheses, and the film deals with their intertwined origins and fates to a greater extent. Batman conveys trademarks found in 1930s pulp magazines, notably the design of Gotham City stylized with Art Deco design. Richard Corliss, writing for Time, observed that Gotham's design was a reference to films such as The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari from 1920 and Metropolis from 1927. Gotham City, despite being shot on a studio backlot, he continued, is literally another character in the script. It has the demeaning presence of German expressionism and fascist architecture, staring down at the citizens. Hankey further addressed the notions of Batman being a period piece, in that the citizens, cops, people, and the black and white televisions looks like it takes place in 1939, but later said, had the filmmakers made Vicky Vale a femme fatale rather than a damsel in distress, this could have made Batman as a homage and tribute to the classic film noir.
Hi, I'm Robert Wall. Exactly 50 years ago, a teenage cartoonist named Bob Kane first created the character Batman.
When I was a kid, I was always interested in the innovative stages of the locomotive. All automobiles, all early innovations always fascinated me. And I saw this book by Leonardo da Vinci when I was 13. And da Vinci had a quote, "Your bird shall have no other wings but that of a bat." And he actually, there it was for me, a Batman.
Batman is a picture that has been a dream of mine and my partner Peter Guber's for many years.
This past year has been the realization not only of a 10-year partnership, but of a project that was there at the inception. And so it's quite exciting.
Come on, Miss Terry. Believe it or not, they've entrusted this entire operation to a 30-year-old guy who looks more like a lead guitarist than a leading director. Imagine having 400 people asking you 1,000 questions and having to have all the right answers instantly. Meet the amazing Tim Burton.
You might just do a little look back, you know, because I want to see a little look back from the camera there.
There had been many scripts written, many directors, great directors involved with the project. There was a moment in time where John and myself saw Tim Burton, saw his creativity, and the project began to gel. It began to take on a whole new life.
Roll camera.
I've never liked the idea of making big budget movies at all. I thought Batman was, you know, it was one of the things that could probably sustain that, or, you know, that made sense to make at a bigger budget. Peter and I always had a vision of this picture, which is not too far off from where we've ended up, although Tim came in and began to make all those pieces possible. I wasn't a big comic book fan, but I was a fan of the image. I mean, there's something very powerful to me about, you know, a guy dressed up as a bat and taking place at night and all that sort of thing, which I loved.
And again, I remember when I was in art school, we talked about, you know, like the five images, sort of the word, the most recognizable images, and it was like one was Mickey Mouse, I think one was Coca-Cola, and I think the other was the bat insignia. So I mean, they're very powerful. It's a very powerful image, and I just love that.
It's almost impossible to bring a legend to life on the screen. Everyone has their own personal vision. At first glance, Bruce Wayne appears to be an ordinary enough guy for a multimillionaire. So what makes him so different? He's also trained himself in body and mind to combat crime, turning himself into this fearsome creature of the night.
Originally, we had hoped to have Bill Murray play Batman. And when Peter and I saw Beetlejuice, we realized that it wasn't Bill Murray that we wanted, that it was Michael Keaton, because he had a kind of likable, attractive quality, but also had underneath an insanity.
Tell me when to move from here. Michael, it's going to be right down here. Okay. All right, right down here.
I've done 2 or 3 different kinds of movies by this time, but this is the first one where I was truly part of the whole puzzle and whole picture. Also, it's the first time I've ever experienced being in an undertaking that's this huge. I was at once a participant and a spectator. I watched very few dailies, but the few that I watched, I found myself saying, this is amazing watching this movie, and then I realized, wait a minute, that's me in the movie. I kept forgetting I was actually in the movie, you know.
And I just felt with Michael, he's a very good actor, and the idea that he is a real human being to make him into Batman. I mean, that's the whole point of this, is to that he, you know, he's not Arnold Schwarzenegger, because if he were, why would he need to put on a bat suit?
So it's not really 2 moves. It's not really 1, 2. It's just step. Right.
Yes, it's step, bang. I couldn't hear really because of the nature of the cow, and you had to learn how to adjust within that. You're not really hearing your voice.
Bat position up in here, please. Thank you. As soon as you can.
5. The other 2 up in that area up there.
Dealing with those rubber suits every day, those Batman suits, I mean, it was unbelievable. And to deal with all the physical aspect of this picture, because he literally had to pick me up many times, deal with me, all this. I don't know how much that thing weighed. He said. I love Vicki Vale because I got to make her
Something
up.
like this.
And that's wonderful. That's great. You know, I really enjoyed her every day.
You know, she makes it a romantic triangle. She makes it people dangerous and sensitive. I mean, she's just very, very, very invaluable in that way.
And you fall in love with her. And she has an incredible and emotional gift and vulnerability, sense of humor, and great strength that really makes you, you know, respect, admire, and love her, I think, in the picture.
Great purpose for this woman, because she's in the middle of it all, and there has to be a middle. There's a beginning and an end. And I consider Batman the end, and Joker the beginning, and I'm the middle.
We made a movie called Witches of Eastwick with Jack Nicholson, and when we were doing the movie, I looked at Jack and I said, you know, I don't want to tell you about this now, but there's a movie we're doing called Batman, and you have to play the Joker. And he had that kind of gleam in his eye, and he started laughing.
If there's any fear, and I haven't talked to him about it, but he might feel the same, that the fear is that it's such an obvious choice. Is it too obvious? And the fact is, he's so good, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, I feel he's just the best.
The guy is gonna, all he's gotta do is show up, you know.
Back, you should be in. There they go. In. Slam it. Spot.
He took that part and just made it, you know, people will see. He was wonderful. No matter how large he's become, you know, he's still Jack Nicholson, whoever and wherever he came from.
There's not much going on. I'm not seeing destruction on something necessarily.
Yeah. When you look that extreme, you have to go in the other direction to kind of give it some reality, even though it's quite extreme. And you know, he's the best at it.
This is a movie that employed over 500 people. So there was a lot of work for all of us to do between the miniatures and the second unit and all the actors. When you have Jack Nicholson, Michael Keaton, and Kim Basinger in one movie, you know, you got your hands full.
The whole point of a good prosthetic makeup is that the actor can perform the way they want to perform with no hindrance whatsoever. Any prosthetic is sculpted to the actor's own muscle structure very accurately, so that it stretches and moves and behaves, hopefully exactly like real skin does. Foam latex is made much like a meringue. You take latex rubber, you take a soap, and you mix it up, it froths up, and you add a gelling agent that causes it to stay up. It goes into molds and gets cooked, which makes it a permanent reaction. It's creating a sponge, basically, with the skin on it.
He always wears this evening tailcoat, but in a purple, which is like this. But he wears stripes. Wears striped trousers. I talked to Jack, and he thought, you know, I really like plaids. So we did try some plaids, and this one seemed to work very well. I mean, as you can see, it's not very discreet.
this is some of the gadgets we've actually completed. There's still a lot more on the benches down in the workshop.
We just knew that from the whole feel of the film that we were into, which is just this forbidding, masked character, the knight look, you know, that we'd have sort of medieval elements in it, you know, the sort of knight in armour feel to it, and then go for sheer brute force violence.
And on the main set, all the streets were watered down every time they shot. So you got a lot of reflections in it. And the most difficult part of this particular model was trying to get that look to it to start with. And although we'd made the street shiny, we decided that we would really overdo it, and we covered the whole street with oil. We've got 4 cameras on that shot. And the problem that I have is that Batwing now has got to continue down the street and crash onto the cathedral steps.
Good. Cut it. Very good. How was that, John?
Here we have our afterburners, which we have a combustion chamber back there, and fluid we mix into. Let me just show you one of the many gags we have on this. There's this particular shot. We have racing towards a chemical plant. The flaps blow up about 20 foot in the air.
That a young boy would just love to drive.
It's always important to me with these kind of extreme characters to surround them in a setting, you know, which they belong. So I always like to think of sets as an extension of the characters.
It's like New York gone mad, you know, if the planning commission had gone another way, that kind of thing.
He imagined it was hell had erupted through the pavements and just carried on growing.
When I first started talking about like this street, it was sort of think, well, how many extras do we need? I mean, you know, it could have been anywhere from 200 to 5,000, and I had no idea. I mean, one time I took a drawing and I started to draw little people in on it, so I could try to count them all to see how many people I might need, but that didn't work. So it's a new thing for me, yeah.
One of the gifts and the geniuses, I think, of Tim Burton is that he is very collaborative and works well with a creative producer.
The star of this movie is truly the movie. I've been saying that for a while, but it really is.
As John, who was on point on the project in London, would often say, he said, it's exciting to see what you've worked on for such a long period of time on the page really end up on the stage.
I mean, that's what Batman is really for. It's for everybody, and it's a celebration. Batman, I really feel good having been a part of it.
It's an emotional, wonderful story about a wonderful character, a love story, an adventure, and it's a wonderful movie that just makes you feel good at the end of it.
Batman, start your engines. The Cape Crusaders back, and the big screen's got 'em. Here's a look at Gotham. Who's playing the Joker? It's Jack Nicholson.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Tonight, what it's like and how it was. From Cartoon Alley to matinee movies to primetime TV.
Yes, Commissioner.
Bob Brown with a Hell's a Poppin' preview. Batman's back. Prime time 23 years ago. And as will soon be seen in a theater near you. Years apart, worlds apart, Bob Brown looks at the reasons why. Batman's back.
Bat posters, Bat sneakers, Bat-Mania is here. But will Batman bring them to the bijou? Is America dying to see yet another comic book character brought to the silver screen? In recent years, cartoon characters have had a mixed record at the box office. Superman soared, Popeye got sand in his face. So will Batman go zonk or zowie? Well, we'll know soon after next week's premiere. In the meantime, Bob Brown has another Hollywood caper making a film of the Caped Crusader.
At the beginning, I drew him as a vigilante, very mysterioso, dark and brooding.
We've grown up with Batman. He's a cultural hero. Not evil, but he's got that dark side to him. You could write 10 volumes on a character like this and still not get what he's about.
Fighting crime and rescuing the beautiful damsels in distress.
He's still doing it for, the betterment of man.
So it's very simple when you put all the ingredients together. And just come up with a Batman.
It's hard to imagine another comic book character who's been subjected to so many interpretations. And in Batman's 50th anniversary year, there's one more on the way. In this London recording studio a few weeks ago, musicians were adding the final notes to Bat-Man, the movie. For a summer full of blockbusters, an expensive project with an unusual group of collaborators.
So we got let's add our splash.
Danny Elfman, a star with an 8-man rock group called Oingo Boingo, composed a score for a 110-member symphony orchestra. Another rock artist, Prince, wrote songs for some of the scenes.
I wouldn't want to do it just to do it, but if it
And Tim Burton, only 29 years old when he was hired to direct the feature, came with a reputation for an offbeat way of seeing things, including the pressures of handling a shooting budget of more than $32 million.
You're never prepared until you've done one of these things. It's like an out-of-body or death experience. I mean, who's to say what it's like when you die? When you look and you see the lights above the set and you see it becomes like a circus, a surreal circus, which I love.
Burton is one of the hottest young directors in Hollywood, a former Walt Disney animator whose approach, like Batman's, is decidedly out of the mainstream. For example, one of Burton's earliest films was this live-action short called Frankenweenie, about a little boy who brings his dog back to life.
Several mothers were dragging their children out of the theater. I don't know why, but,
I just don't know what this means.
It means you don't have to go to your house breaking another dog. You know you haven't petted him yet?
It was a funny send-up of the Frankenstein stories, but the Disney studios decided not to release it.
For Batman, the stakes have changed.
The funny thing about Batman is that I have this encyclopedia, and, you know, I tried to get a sense of the history of the character, and it just changed, you know, from decade to decade. It was not like...
One of the first things that Burton learned was that although Batman may be a comic book character, he's been analyzed and interpreted through several generations of fans.
We'll look into that explosion as Batman and Robin take over.
Over the years, there was the low-budget Batman from the 1940s Hollywood serials, who had to change in the back seat of a Batmobile that looked like it came off the lot at below sticker price. But when the generation that cheered these Saturday serials grew up and had its own kids, they would find a new interpretation of their hero just down the road.
To the Bat-Pole.
In the 60s, Batman surfaced again as a campy kind of crusader. That offended those hardcore fans.
Sometimes I think people expect too much of us, Batman.
They have a right to expect it.
But it created a craze. This was an era when, as everyone did their own thing, it looked like a darker tomorrow might never come for the Caped Crusader. But in his new incarnation for the 80s generation, Batman is a complex hero of graphic novels, reflecting an era when crime has grown to create new levels of fear and frustration, and everyone seems to bend the rules, and Batman has had about as much as he can take. That's the image this generation of fans has in mind when they describe their Batman.
A dark hero. That's, I guess, what I call him. Dark hero. In 2 words. Break the rules a little bit, but still get away with it. He's a big guy. You know, he's in the comic, he's 6 foot 210, so he's a big guy.
Attention, keyboard shoppers.
That's why there was a controversy when actor Michael Keaton, who had previously worked with Burton in the film Beetlejuice, was cast to play Batman.
That is why I won't do 2 shows a night anymore, babe. I won't do. Well.
But Burton had his reasons.
Now, I had seen lots of actors who would fit probably a more physical image of Batman, but I just always had trouble when I imagined them putting on a bat suit. And Michael, you know, I just look at Michael and I could, you know, enough said, really, you know, I could see him putting on a bat suit.
The film's producers were concerned enough about fan response to rush a trailer into movie theaters far ahead of schedule. It worked so well that the trailer drew applause in theaters not only for Keaton, who looked convincing as an 80s-style Dark Knight, but also for the casting of Jack Nicholson as Batman's demented foe, the Joker. In addition, an expert whose interpretations couldn't be disputed was hired as a consultant to the film. He is Batman's creator, Bob Kane.
He doesn't have superpowers, so Batman could be you and he could be Tom, Dick, or Harry. And I think therein lies the secret to the Crusader that probably in most of us, we all feel like fighting back, but we don't either have the inclination or the opportunity or the desire to. So Batman fights our battles for us.
But why does he fight them in such a bizarre costume? Kane says he was inspired to make his Crusader dress like a bat after seeing drawings by Leonardo da Vinci and putting that idea together with a strange character in another Hollywood film titled The Bat Whispers.
Third influence was Zorro. And I got all the swashbuckling daring-do from the mark of Zorro. Had the dual identity, the bored playboy during the daytime, who fights against oppression at night as a crusader against all injustice. And he came out of a cave on a black horse, Tornado. Obviously, you see all the influences. Instead of the horse and the cave, I used the Batmobile.
And to leave the grotesque gallery of villains, Kane turned to another weird influence, a 1928 film titled The Man Who Laughs.
It's a story about a kid who had his face slashed into a ghastly smile by rival gypsies. So he grew up into a ghastly-looking character with this white face, this ghastly red lips. That's where I got the Joker from.
When you see certain images, yeah, like a little chemical is released in your brain. One image that comes to mind is The Joker character having a conversation with the corpse, which I quite like.
Maybe we ought to give him a couple of days to think it over. No?
It's funny, it's a bit scary, it's a bit, you know, it's a pleasant conversation, but it's with a blackened husk.
I'm glad you did.
In fact, much of the picture was designed around images and settings that in themselves became characters in the film. Burton wanted Gotham City to look as if hell had erupted from the sidewalks. And so here, on a carefully guarded lot at Pinewood Studios outside of London, was built a monumental essay in ugliness. The Gotham City set cost $2 million to build, and it's the size of a small amusement park, larger even than the Main Street area of Disneyland. But that's where the comparison stops. This view of an urban disaster area was cooked up for Burton by a graduate of London's Royal Academy of Art, Anton Furst, who created an architect's nightmare.
That was the intention, to maintain this completely bleak, miserable town and start as a background. So we were gone to sort of grey stone, brown stone, concrete. That was very much the finishes we were going for. And you can see... We tried to imagine going back in New York 100 years and imagining how it might have developed had there been no city planning, had there been no authorities to...
To heighten the nightmarish effect that Burton wanted, many of the buildings are based on real designs that don't mix. This boilerplate look by Japanese architect Shin Takamatsu wound up fronting Gotham City's museum. A cathedral by Spain's Antonio Gaudí was transplanted to a location off Gotham Square. And the works of American architect Louis Sullivan were mixed in along the avenues, dwarfed by massive steel footings.
When I went down there to see Gotham City when they were shooting, I started to get ideas. Tim had mentioned a little gothic, a little bit operatic.
Burton turned to composer and rock artist Danny Elfman for one of the final touches. Video cassettes of scenes for Elfman were delivered to his home studio in California, where they were synchronized with a computer as Elfman laid out the score.
Okay, I'm going to switch back and play the real thing for you. Okay.
Passenger is Vicky Vale, played by Kim Basinger.
Vicky's wondering, who is this guy? She doesn't know. She's always trying to look at his face. So he turns on the light in her eyes that she can't see. As you can see, it's a lot of fun dealing with very legitimate and classical styles in one moment and then getting completely over the top in the next moment. It's almost like going back to an old film style. That real basic, old-fashioned style, hero, saving the day type of music. It's fun working in a theme that doesn't really have an era to it. This could have been from 1942 or something like that, just as easily.
Riding on all of this is a total investment, including the film budget and promotion and marketing costs, estimated at well over $40 million. A risk for Warner Brothers, the studio backing the film, a showcase for Burton, the former animator who is now being named by some critics as one of the young successors to the Steven Spielberg, George Lucas era. That's something he'd rather not think about.
It always makes me a bit uncomfortable because, you know, the movie's not done yet, and I just want to make sure it's good before I start going, thank you, everybody.
Regardless of how the picture does, the Batman character on his 50th anniversary is in for a long ride this summer. More than 300 officially licensed products are already flooding the market. And there is one clear winner, the man who started it all when he was only 18 years old and who's been brought back in style for the party.
You know, I've been getting calls every 20 minutes, and you're in all the magazines and all the news media. In fact, when I was riding down in Westwood the other day, and I saw this huge bat signal up on one of the billboards. So Batman has become an American icon. I'm enjoying it, absolutely.
That's quite a project, Bob. You know, quite apart from the reader vote that liquidated his sidekick, Robin.
In the comic books.
In the comic books, yes. Robin could have been included in this, couldn't it? And they didn't.
He could have been. They chose not to because they were working so hard to create a kind of dark psychological motivation for a man who would dress up in a bat suit that they thought that adding a sidekick who also wore booties and a cape was a little too much.
Right.
Maybe for a sequel.
Bob, have merchandisers gone out on a limb here? Because they've got millions of dollars of merchandising.
Right. Not as much for this movie as they would for a movie where the characters aren't as well known. This is Batman's 50th anniversary, and the merchandise will sell well regardless.
So they're pretty sure that they'll make out all right.
Yeah, I think so.
In the spring of 1939, Detective Comics, later to become known as DC, published their first story about a new superhero. He was called the Batman. He had no superpowers and relied on athletic skill and cunning. He was a mysterious figure whose costume blended with the night and instilled terror in criminals everywhere. He was an escape artist and a first-rate detective. As news of his exploits in Gotham City spread, he made legions of fans and some extraordinary enemies. In 1943, Batman made his first screen appearance in the first of two Columbia serials. His baggy costume failed to terrify his enemies.
Batman and Robin.
In the 50s, science fiction reigned supreme, and the Batman family moved to accommodate the trend. Batwoman, Bat-Hound, and even the magical Bat-Mite joined our hero in adventures on other worlds. In 1964, the stories became more realistic, but a tongue-in-cheek TV series and movie showed audiences a comical caped crusader.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
The 70s saw the re-emergence of an earlier style Batman. Once again, the character successfully reflected the changing tastes of the times. But it was not until the mid-80s that the Gotham Goliath underwent a major change. Quite simply, he grew up. The Batman comics of the last 2 years have caused a sensation with critics and public alike. They've been seen as something more than mere comics and have presented a darker, more disturbing vision of Batman to the world. Today, The Dark Knight has 400 million daily fans worldwide. Batman has come full circle, returning to the character all the fear, wonder, and excitement that filled the very first Batman comics. But the new Batman has only appeared in print until now. A teenager was responsible for the creation of Batman. Now, 5 decades later, that same man is helping to bring the Caped Crusader to the big screen. His name is Bob Kane.
Well, I created Batman in 1939, and I had several influences that helped me create the Batman. One was Leonardo da Vinci's flying machine. The master created a flying machine 500 years ago and had a man on a sled with bat wings. And da Vinci had a caption that said, "Your bird shall have no other wings but that of a bat." And so I liked Tim Burton's idea of recreating the dark atmosphere I had at the very beginning, the first year, whence Batman came.
The reason Batman attracted me was I love extreme characters, and I love the idea of a man who dresses up like a bat versus a man who's literally turned into a clown, you know. Two good characters there. The idea of being locked into a specific thing is almost impossible to do when you're doing a movie. So things like The Dark Knight and The Killing Joke are very good for the movie in the sense that they go back to the psychology and yet they blow apart the conventions a bit and do, you know, their own thing. They're just smarter about it. So that's very good for I think what we're doing in the movie.
Anton Furst is the award-winning production designer who convincingly rebuilt Vietnam in East London for Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket.
We tried to imagine what Gotham City was, and what we thought was an interesting way of looking at it was take New York, go back to the turn of the century of New York, and imagine what could have happened to New York if it had all gone wrong, taking the worst aspects of it. Like, for instance, the zoning they did in New York of stepping back the buildings to get light into the streets. So we thought we'd do the opposite. We would actually cantilever forward and get these oppressive canyons. Trying to imagine a city where there had been no planning permission for 300 years. So Tim's description of the city was that it was like hell had erupted through the pavements and carried on growing. And that becomes Gotham City. So what we did was we took, as I said before, all the worst aspects of New York and then augmented that into the most horrendous condition we can imagine, but giving it a strong graphic sense. So it became this dark, oppressive, strong, brutal place.
Transforming the script's action into storyboard visuals is Michael White.
The storyboard process is something with which one gets together with the director and the designer, and decisions are made about the mood of the film, whether it's going to be dark and moody, bright and light, and then one really goes to the script and just gets directly on with the main action of the film. We've had working drawings, we've had the original design from a designer. Models have been made, and we know what it looks like from all sides, underneath, from the side, every view of it. Then we can make the decisions as to whether it's a model shot or whether it's a full size.
An obvious example would be the cathedral, I suppose, whereby we do have a major sequence associated with both the bottom and the top of the cathedral. Well, the cathedral's 700 foot high, the cathedral tower. So we're building the base of the cathedral, the steps and the base of the cathedral up to a reasonable height.
This is the set of the old Gotham Cathedral, and it's about a 40-foot set of an 800-foot tall building. It's one of the taller buildings in Gotham, and sort of is the setting for the end of the film with the Batwing versus the Joker. The Batwing is crashed here, ends up on the steps of the cathedral. Nice dramatic ending to the Batwing. And nice confrontation here between Batman and the Joker. And they go upstairs, about 800 flights of stairs up to the bell tower, which is where the final confrontation takes place above the city.
So we will be doing model, full-size, very large full-size set building. We'll be doing model work. We'll be doing large-scale interior set building, and we'll be doing matting. So that is how we've had to deal with reconstructing a town.
This is the Flugelheim Museum, Gotham's finest art museum. And there's an important scene that happens in here with the Joker and Vicky Vale and Batman, and nice confrontation in here. And they come out here on the steps, and it's sort of the first time that we get to see the Batmobile. So it's an excellent reveal of the Batmobile here. And again, it's a 40-foot set here. Continues this circle around, which will be in model work and matte work. So a nice big stained glass in the middle. I think the building's probably about, again, 700 feet tall, something like that. Big buildings here in Gotham.
Okay, well, this is the interior of the Flugelheim Museum. As you can see, this is under construction at the moment, so this is the main area where old masters, classic old masters, will be on display. Up there, we have the tea room, which will have a balcony, and above that, a large skylight structure. The scenario is that the Joker will come in from the exterior, from the lot, where we've got this side of the set matched. He'll come in here, start destroying the old masters. He pumps the place full of poison. Batman's girlfriend's up there on the gallery. He comes crashing down to the skylight with all his various regalia and his gizmos, and manages to save her, slide her out of the building, and we pick them back up on the lot.
John Evans is the Oscar-nominated special effects man whose clients have included James Bond, Superman, and Indiana Jones.
So this is some of the gadgets we've actually completed. There's still a lot more on the benches down in the workshop.
A folding batarang. The Caped Crusader's utility belt will also carry a spring-action reel and line. This fantastic tool can fire a grappling hook, or, when needed, a tranquilizer dart. A portable tracer, which will have an optical mat added to bring it to life. Batman's time bomb will be operated electronically.
Well, we have one surprise here. Joker's gun. Bang.
The Batmobile became an interesting problem because which way did we go? We didn't want to put it in any particular period of time. What we wanted to do was just get brutal violence into it and all the intimidation that he comes out of his image into the car.
Well, it originated from Anton Thurst's design and drawing the plans of the Batmobile. Then we were given it here to this workshop. We were given the drawings, and then we had to, in 8 weeks, try and produce 2 Batmobiles. Looking at the plans, we had a vehicle here with 20-foot length, 8'6" wide, and not a lot of room to put the engine and various other gadgets. Here we have afterburners, which we have a combustion chamber back there and fluid we mix into. Well, here we are with Batmobile number 1, with the body completely on now. And we'll just show you one of the many gags we have on this. There's this particular shot we have racing towards a chemical plant. The flaps blow up about 20 foot in the air. The machine gun appears, and we have to simulate more bullets than actually come out the gun.
We just went into pure expressionism with the car in the end, taking elements of the salt flat racers of the 30s and the Stingrays of the 50s and putting this into a sort of final expressionist form, which hopefully sits in no period of time.
After design assignments on the Bond and Superman series, Terry Ackland Snow is about to deliver the ultimate dream machine.
Parts of the vehicle comes from a jet aeroplane, which is a Viper jet, which you see from the back and to the front, which is the intake. And the interior of the car, which is not yet complete, we've started on by using parts of Harriers of the flight deck and the A300 aircraft. It has monitors and computers inside. The bodywork was built by a company that builds Le Mans cars, and we really want it to be the best prop that any film has ever had.
At the heart of all this activity are Batman and his enigmatic foe, the Joker. But who will play them on the screen?
Well, Jack Nicholson, I mean, he is the Joker. I mean, he's in my mind, he's toyed with extreme characters, but this I think is sort of the ultimate. I mean, it's something that you can go as far as possible and still being in a strong character, a strong framework for a character.
So what do you think? Women, a mistake? Or did he do it to us on purpose? Because I really want to know. Because if it's a mistake, maybe we can do something about it. Find a cure. Invent a vaccine. Build up our immune systems.
And he's very good at tapping in to what I think, what people think and what people feel. So I think it couldn't be anybody better to go as far as possible. And also, it is that character. So I think he can go wild and still it'll be real.
Hocus pocus. It's showtime.
Batman is a character that comes out at night. He's a real night person. And Michael Keaton was a less obvious choice. I mean, you look at the image in the comic book, and Michael is not, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's not a square-jawed, Hulk. But I actually found that idea to be very uninteresting. I mean, I met a lot of what I would consider very good square-jawed actors, and bottom line for me is I couldn't see them putting on a bat suit. I mean, again, it's very easy to do in a comic. You can put the blue line around him. You can make the jaw square in one scene and a little less square in the other. With Michael, I could see him, bottom line is I could see him putting on a bat suit.
I lived through the Black Plague, and I had a pretty good time during that. I've seen The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now, what do you think? You think I'm qualified?
You look at him, and you see a lot going on inside, and you see a lot of things behind the face.
That I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict. God knows what we got going next month. But if it's anything like this last one... So here we go, and thank you. And thanks for my chip. And thanks for not smoking.
Bob Ringwood, science fiction and fantasy award winner for Dune and Excalibur, has created the costumes for the Dark Knight and his arch adversary.
Well, the point of the Batman costume and cape is really to achieve, I suppose, the Dark Knight in the movie, as interpret the cartoon character. And our process has been to make the thing which is easy in 2 dimensions on a page, because you can draw anything, into a 3-dimensional moving thing. So we're now working on a series of prototypes to try and interpret that 2-dimensional thing in a 3-dimensional way, and to transform Michael Keaton from Bruce Wayne into this strange Dark Knight at night. So we started off by making a huge mold of the cape in full size, like a big flat dish, with animal texture in it, and then we sprayed rubber into it and then forced wool into the back of it, very fine, expensive wool that's usually exported to the Middle East. And it gave the rubber a very nice straight quality. This is the final clay model, the final prototype, based on Michael Keaton's body cast, as the other was. But we've now resolved all the problems of connecting the head into the cape. And we've tried to make the features slightly more aggressive than they were in the earlier prototype. We've sort of built a body for Michael Keaton, not to make him any bigger, because it doesn't actually make him very much bigger, and implies that he's wearing a sort of body armor that isn't like a medieval suit of armor, but is rather like the Roman armor. And I think when we do shots of inside the Batcave, there'll probably be one of the costumes lying open, and you'll see bits of metal and gizmos and stuff in it, so it's quite clear that it's a metallic, sheets of metal inside it.
50 years have passed since Bob Kane created his masked vigilante.
The first comic book was created in 1939, and I only wish I'd kept that first comic book. Believe it or not, Batman #1 is worth $20,000. So when my stockbroker calls me and says, shall I buy any more stock? I say no, Charlie, buy comic books.
Now, Batman is about to make the biggest leap of all, onto film. The saga begins where you see this sign.
I feel the great highlight is still to come, which will be the topper to the whole Batman mystique and career. And that will be the forthcoming movie, which is due to be released in 1989, next year, starring Jack Nicholson as the Joker and Michael Keaton as Batman. That will be the highlight, I feel, of Batman's long career.
I mean, whether or not you know Batman from the comics, any form of the comics, television series, whatever, whether you haven't seen it at all, I think what you'll have is a very interesting, surprising action story with a bunch of weird characters running around. I mean, wow, what more could you want? This one was a real tricky project. I mean, you have a man in a bat suit, and even though it's based on a comics, there's a lot of exploration to try to make something like this work.
Remember, your bird shall have no other wings but that of a bat. Surprisingly, the inspiration for Batman came from the words and drawings of Renaissance artist Leonardo da Vinci. At the age of 13, Batman creator Bob Kane came across Da Vinci's designs for a flying machine, and as Kane later said, there it was for me, the Bat-Man.
Lieutenant, is there a 6-foot bat in Gotham City?
On the 50th anniversary of the comic book Batman, a motion picture is about to be released starring Jack Nicholson as the Joker and Michael Keaton as Batman.
The star of this movie is truly the movie.
It really is the Phantom of the Opera of the 80s.
The pen is truly mightier than the sword.
You get the excitement and visual qualities from a comic book, but you also get a little bit more depth.
Vicky Vale.
Hi. Bruce Wayne.
And what do you do for a living?
The year-long production of Batman was shot in London, where producers spent millions of dollars constructing a fully functional 6-block Gotham City set at Pinewood Studios. The scoring was also done in London. Producer John Peters was there to oversee the dramatic underscore of a film about his childhood hero.
For me, Batman was a character. He and Elvis Presley were my two favorite characters. It's a shame he couldn't have played. Yeah, and actually they're very similar, although they both had funny costumes that they wore. I remember saying to the people at Warner Bros. For years, Batman, Batman, they look at me like I was a little peculiar, How are you going to do a movie with a guy running with a cape and he has no superpower and he doesn't have kryptonite and he can't fly all those different things? And then...
We're ready to do this.
Are they ready to go? Okay. No, they're not ready for us. They're not ready for us. I understand. I think this was a very difficult picture to make. It was very hard for all of us. And then, we met Tim, and, it just started to fall into place.
In the early stages of the deal, one of the most frustrating roadblocks was finding the director with the right vision. Producer John Peters finally got a lucky break.
Have it behind you like this, Come on.
On the surface, it may seem unusual that $40 million in one of the biggest movie deals of the year was entrusted to 29-year-old Tim Burton.
On one hand, it's quite scary because you're dealing with this money. On the other hand, it's like a bunch of kids, tying capes around their neck and jumping off the roof.
Tim Burton had already directed 2 successful Warner Brothers pictures. He had just endeared himself to studio executives when he turned the $13 million budget of Beetlejuice into an $80 million blockbuster. It was Warner Brothers who had given Burton his first break, and now they were willing to roll the dice on him as director of Batman. The only person left to convince was producer John Peters.
Mark Canton, who's the president of worldwide production at Warner Brothers, kept talking about this young, inventive, crazy, talented kid who he was working with. And I kept saying to him, I want to meet him, I want to meet him. It made me uncomfortable because I was always the crazy kid, and I'm not the kid anymore.
When they signed Burton, they hired his imagination and track record. What they were soon to learn about was his tremendous ability to perform under the extreme pressures of a complicated production and the presence of a multi-million-dollar cast.
Yeah, Batman is a huge challenge to anybody, the way they chose to do it, you know. And yeah, it was an enormous undertaking. I mean, the kid, you know, I mean, he's kind of known, you know, for his like pallor, you know what I mean? The kid is like known to be pale. He went past pale. He almost went to transparent, this kid. He was working so hard. I just thought every day was his last day. Didn't think he could stand up to another one, and he just... But I think the thing Tim actually likes, without even knowing, is that he likes those frayed wires, you know. That's where it starts to happen, you know. And, you know, his whole look, you know, his whole hair and his whole look is about that.
Again, Michael, it's what you're suggesting is an interesting thing, because you don't want it to look like you want it to look like you're wounded, but you're still going for it. Do you know what I mean?
Stay out of the light.
Cut it.
Tim Burton I would work with any day, anytime he called me, any day of the... I'd start tomorrow morning on a film that if he had something to do with it, with never having read it. Because I came in on this rather late, and I met him, and instantly the two of us sort of took off flying together, like two bats.
Now that the director was in place, the producers needed someone to fill the bat suit. Candidates included Mel Gibson, Charlie Sheen, and Pierce Brosnan. TV Batman, Adam West, was not in the running.
Very odd. This could be a plot to separate us.
He was offered a cameo appearance in the film, but declined.
What a terrible way to go.
John Peters and Tim Burton pushed Warner Brothers for an unconventional choice. They believed that the perfect square-jawed Superman type lacked the twisted psychotic qualities of their Dark Knight. Unexpectedly, they found Batman in Beetlejuice.
We thought, wow, wouldn't that be an interesting idea if we could have Michael Keaton play Batman? Everyone went, Michael Keaton play Batman! They wanted to throw us out of the business. People were picketing against the picture. They were writing letters. There were people within Warner Bros. Calling the chairman in New York saying, we're going to destroy the whole thing.
When the role of Batman was first proposed to Keaton, he almost immediately declined.
My life is really complex.
Posing another threat to the deal.
I think Michael was as shocked as anybody when we approached him. I don't look like, the classic image of Batman.
There's nothing really that you can do. It's just blah, 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 and by the time you get over there, it's like he's driving away.
Keaton was hesitant for three reasons. First, he had no particular interest in the comic book or TV show. Second, he wanted to take a break. And third, there was a strong possibility that Jack Nicholson would be playing the Joker.
I was hesitant to blow it with Jack, because he's somebody I've always wanted to work with. Probably the person I've always wanted to work with.
Out of a courtesy to Tim Burton, Michael Keaton read the script. Batman's dark and driven character won him over, and he accepted the role.
Again, once he got into the concept of what we were doing, he got very interested in it.
Stay out of the light.
I think the most difficult thing in making this picture was getting the right people together at the right time to be able to have everybody commit to make the movie.
The final step was to find the Joker. Offering Jack Nicholson his average $11 million per picture was easy. What wasn't easy was getting him to commit.
Me? Having made Witches of Eastwick with him, where he played the devil, we had talked about, him playing the Joker, but not until he met Tim. And then as Michael Keaton came into the picture, I think that Jack started to see that what Tim was assembling was a really interesting picture and an inventive picture. And then we flew over to London and we spent some time over here and we showed him the Batmobile.
Where did he get those wonderful toys?
It took him a while to own it.
Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker.
Originally, he was only supposed to work like 3 weeks. And then he ended up working like 91 days, I think so. 106. 106 days. 106 days. 106 days. I'm underpaid. Yeah.
The pen is truly mightier than the sword.
you just get it all. You know, he's willing to push it as far as he thinks he has to push it. You know what I mean? No fear. You know, even though, you know, I mean, he would say to me, sometimes we'd walk over and say, what do you think? And I'd say, you know, I can't, he'd say, I can't tell, you know, I don't know, with this appliance on my face and everything. And I'd say, and I'd give him an honest, you know, opinion, which was usually, it's great, what are you, nuts?
You look fine.
I didn't ask.
In 1966, ABC aired a new TV series that became a phenomenon. Even though the TV series was 24 years old and an all-star cast was locked into the film deal, producers always knew there was a potential problem.
Ringside table, Batman? Just looking, thanks. I'll stand at the bar. I shouldn't wish to attract attention.
How would Bat fans compare the new Dark Avenger with the campy Cape Crusader of the 60s?
I actually loved the TV series when I was a kid. You know, I realized when I got involved with it early on that it was, you know, we just had to do our movie because on one hand you have comic book people who hate the TV series, and on the other hand, most people know the TV series, and they, you know, they think about the theme and the pow and bang and all that sort of thing, and you know, there's no way, you know, there's no way to satisfy everybody. Yes, the television series has been made. Yes, there's a comic book. I happen to be one of the people who didn't like the TV series because I was in love with the comic book. I love the Dark Avenger of the Night quality.
I feel a little drunk. And you're not anything.
Hey, one drink and I'm flying.
Winged freak terrorizes. Wait till they get a load of me.
It's too hard of a job to just copy something. And you got to give it something new and hopefully keep in with the spirit of what you think it is. So I don't know how I would fulfill that obligation other than saying I hope that the spirit of why I love the image of Batman is there.
Warner Brothers will soon know if the deal will pay off. And before it's over, we'll spend close to $9 million to advertise this summer blockbuster.
Somebody tell me what kind of a world we live in where a man dressed up as a bat gets all of my press.
At this moment, Batman with Michael Keaton is being heavily promoted. At the other extreme, Premiere's next blockbuster has been kept a secret until now. The Mystery of the Abyss is coming up.
Tonight, including Gary Franklin with an exclusive preview of the return of Batman and Robin and their enemies too. We'll go live to Florida for the latest.
In mid-January, Gary Franklin enjoyed a foggy day in London town, and one of the things he managed to do there was he managed to get behind the scenes of a movie that's going to be, he says, one of the real biggies in 1989, Batman. And now, holy sweeps, here's part one of his special report. Gary.
Well, yeah. Yes,
yes, go.
You know, someday somebody's going to write a great book about the making of the movie Batman, which is due for release this summer. Just wrapped up shooting in England and is now in post-production. Michael Keaton as Batman, Jack Nicholson as the Joker, Kim Basinger as a reporter who has a thing with both of the above. Also Billy D. Williams and Jack Palance, and a budget of 30 mil plus. Extreme secrecy during the weeks of shooting at Pinewood Studios near London, creating all kinds of near-violent encounters with the irreverent British press. In any case, Channel 7 did get access to Batman Day at Pinewood several weeks ago, but not before getting stopped and snarled at by vicious guard dogs and on the Gotham City set while the PR guy got the right passes rather than the wrong ones. And then I stood back and watched the great Jack Nicholson at work. Go.
Eckhart, think about the future. Eckhart, think about the future. Think about the future.
Now, Batman was there too. It was probably Michael Keaton, but he wouldn't talk, and who knows who was in that costume. Down below, I stood near the producer of Batman, shouted to Nicholson, if you had one real bullet to shoot, whom would you shoot, the critic or the producer? Don't know whether you heard me, but he laughed. Then there's the giant, elaborate Gotham City set there at Pinewood.
Well, the biggest problem we had, obviously, was that the staging of Batman is a city, and we had to set the scene in a complete city, a total city, and a big city.
It's an American city?
Based on as a concept of New York. If you imagine going back in time, maybe a couple of 100 years, and imagine New York, take a worst case of New York, and imagine that it had no planning permission and gone wrong, even worse than it might be considered to be already, yeah? And really beef that up to a point of total brutalism. A place which has been run by gangsters, a place which has had no control. So we've gone to a sort of generic kind of architecture based on certain various styles of New York, but then just locked them together into an anomaly of a potpourri, really, of industrial style built into Victoriana, built into translation, all different times, all within one building.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Tomorrow, sports fans, Batman fans, and car nuts will visit the unbelievable Batmobile, which someone has called a Corvette on steroids.
Okay.
Yep, Paul, tonight we're going to take a close-up look at one of the most important stars of the new movie Batman, a film that also lists such people as Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton, who plays Batman, Kim Basinger, etc. A film with a $30 million budget. It's now being edited at Pinewood Studios just outside of London, England, amid continuing ultra-top secrecy. A Channel 7 eyewitness news crew based in London and I visited the Batman set several weeks ago, and, oh yes, that superstar. And car nuts like Paul Moyer will love this. Introducing, exclusively on Channel 7 News, Eat Your Heart Out competitors, the Batmobile.
How do you design and build a Batmobile?
Well, it's an interesting project, very daunting at the beginning. We wanted it to look very different to the other one. The other Batmobile that everybody knows. Anton First, who's the designer on the film, came up with the illustration for it and says, "Terry, here, have a go." And we, first of all, our first thing was to try and buy a chassis and build it on a chassis, which was a Chevy 350. And then we stretched it, we made it much longer. It's about 23 feet long, it's about 8 feet wide, which is...
This actually runs, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. We haven't had a top speed of it, but we reckon it's pretty fast.
It's got a real engine in it?
Oh, yes, it's a Chevy 350. It's got a special paint finish. We decided what we wanted to do is to get it to not to be jet black. We wanted it to have a sort of a look like a Beetle, so it's sort of green and blue and
also makes it easier to photograph at night.
Absolutely. And so we came up with this color. It took a bit of getting to it, and this is the result.
And a very nice result it is too. I'm waiting for you to bring it to California so we can try it out on the freeways.
I think you might have more traffic jams than you do now with it.
By the way, inside that Batmobile, it's an airplane cockpit. It has gigantic tires. And how'd you like to try it, Paul? Batman, by the way, is due as a summer movie. Tomorrow we talk to Kim Basinger, same place, same station. Anyway, it's been a top-secret operation all along there at Pinewood Studios, just north of London, England. Gotham City, top secret. The Batmobile, top secret. Whatever may be on Michael Keaton's or Jack Nicholson's minds, top secret. Vicious guard dogs, secret deals for exclusive picture coverage with a national magazine, and the result, increasing public interest. Now, during the last week of shooting, a London-based Channel 7 eyewitness news crew and I did get on the Batman production folks to let us on the set. So, go, part 3.
Batman started shooting last fall, wrapped in late January. It was a godsend for the Pinewood Studios, one of England's largest and oldest, about 20 miles from downtown London. Recent times have not been good for the British film industry. Most of the work is either for television or for American movies. The British economy is not in the greatest shape right now. The same goes for filmmaking. Conversation with Batman star Kim Basinger.
It's wet, it's cold, it's the worst that Britain has to offer. How does that feel for you to work in conditions like these?
Well, welcome to London, Gary. We've, actually, it hasn't been bad. The month of December, we had to shoot night shooting, and that was pretty tough on us, 3 or 4 nights. But we've been actually lucky. It's been 56, 60 degrees, you know, at night. That's very rare for London. The gray gets to you. Yeah, the gray skies get to you, but The rain's okay for the first couple of weeks. Then psychologically you start itching. You know, in California, I'm ready to go home. I really am ready.
The man lucky and skilled enough to get to direct this expensive power cast is a California product.
Well, I came out of art school animation. I was an animator at Disney for a while. Yeah, I went to Cal Arts and then was an animator at Disney for a brief time.
You should pardon the expression, but how do you relate to Batman in all this?
How do I relate to him?
Do you
At first,
do you
not
and he
easily.
have a thing?
Yeah, me and him have a thing. The Joker and I have a thing. You know, this is actually a very strange piece, and in the words that Tim Burton, the director, put it, it's sort of like Phantom of the Opera of the 80s, and it's not just what people conceive the idea of Batman as being. It's not just the cartoon. It's not just that hero, that mythical guy. This is actually a very psychological drama with a lot of humor in it, and I'm between these guys, these big guys.
Batman's a summer movie for '89. Looks like a gooder. Oh, that Kim Basinger.
Would you stop? Just stop. But
You're not objective about her at all, are you?
You've tweaked our interest. Is she a nice person, Gary?
I think she is. She's always been nice to me.
You
I
wish.
mean, you know, reasonably nice.
In your dreams.
Exactly 50 years ago in New York City, an 18-year-old boy sat down and created Batman. Now Bob Kane can see his invention spring into life like never before.
Well, I was born with a proverbial golden pencil in my hand. I guess I've been drawing ever since I was 5 years old. When I was a kid, I was always interested in the innovative stages of the locomotive, of the steam engine, of the flying machine. All automobiles, all early innovations always fascinated me. And I saw this book by Leonardo da Vinci when I was 13. And da Vinci had a quote, "Your bird shall have no other wings but that of a bat." And he actually, there it was for me, a Batman.
Today, that vintage edition of Detective Comics is worth more than $20,000, and many millions more are being spent on the Goober Peters movie of Batman from Warner Brothers. Starring Jack Nicholson as the Joker, Michael Keaton in the title role, and Kim Basinger as Vicky Vale.
He'll be the Batman of the 90s because he's a realistic Batman. He's not the typical, atypical image. And sometimes when you go against typecasting, you have even a better show. When I heard about them doing the movie again at Pinewood, the only actor I could think of was Jack Nicholson. He is the Joker. He's not the opposite. Here I am at Pinewood Studios in England, looking at Gotham City transposed from my hometown of New York. When I was just a kid growing up in New York City, walking in the mean streets of Manhattan, I envisioned Gotham the way I see it now at Pinewood. They've got every brick and every building and cornerstone here. It's just marvelous.
Gotham City. It's not a pretty town. So what? It's not a pretty story. The Batmobile. 8 feet wide, 21 feet long, screaming metallic mass of sleek super technology, and it's been stolen. Who's got the guts to steal Batman's ultimate weapon? Well, this reporter suspects it might be you.
Steal the Batmobile. Watch MTV all day this Sunday for the MTV Bat Signal. Then call the special 900 number on your screen.
One of you is going to walk away a winner. That's right, a Batmobile. Now, we've removed the engine so you don't go driving around and bust your butt, but it's still one amazing collector's item. And moi will deliver it personally to your door along with a check for $25,000. It's the perfect contest.
I want you to tell all your friends.
So go ahead, steal the Batmobile. MTV's your accomplice. Of course, I wouldn't want the Batman mad at me, but that's your affair. Anyway, if you've got the cojones, we've got the car.
MTV Steal the Batmobile. Watch June 18th to win. This MTV contest sponsored by Warner Brothers and Pepsi.
first guest, a talented actor. This man's recent films include Clean and Sober and also The Dream Team. And now, yes, ladies and gentlemen, he is the new Batman. The motion picture opens, I believe, Friday, which is tomorrow, right? All across the country. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Keaton. How you doing?
Great.
Good to
Hey,
see
you know,
you.
that tick boy thing is serious. No, you know what I love about you? You really committed to the whole pig thing.
Oh,
You
you
didn't
have to.
back off.
Oh, yeah, you gotta
When you're
go.
in, what are you going to do? Say, I'm kidding about the tick boy bit? The thing about tick that people don't realize, the reverse of that is if you eat too many limes, you actually get ticks. So.
Oh, I didn't realize
yeah,
that.
there
No.
is that problem.
So we should maybe launch a whole other campaign. Congratulations
public service show.
on all of the success before the film and, of course, now accompanying the film.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
And how do you respond to that? Has it just changed
Well-
you at all? Changed your life? Do you feel differently? No, I wouldn't
Well,
guess you've
I was
changed.
following George Bush into the city today. They kept going, Batman! I kept going.
And
how about the merchandising is like.
Now, do you get a piece of the merchandising? Oh, well, there you go. So you're looking at
But
that
it's
big
like,
time
you know,
dough.
they've gone a little, well, you know, it's not my judgment, but in my opinion, they've gone a little far.
Do they ever ask you, Michael, what about the Batman socks, or what about the...
You mean my approval?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hysterical. When you have to approve your own stuff and you get your likeness, you know, and it's just hysterical. And I keep, you know, putting Jay Leno's picture in there because of the jaw, you know? No, but they've gone nuts now because it's extended into other areas.
Tongue depressors, everything. Medical supplies.
Exactly, medical supplies. They got the new Batman oxygen tent.
Right, reflex hammers. They got
the whole thing. Little bat logo on there. You're fine. Just let me take off my bat hat for a second.
You know, it was interesting. We were talking just briefly in the makeup room before the show, and you had an interesting thought. I asked you.
Yeah, great.
I asked you if you thought that Batman could beat Mike Tyson. And what'd you say?
From here to Gotham City and back.
I have a feeling, although you and I have never discussed this before, that for you being in a movie, any movie with Jack Nicholson, was probably like the achievement of a small dream you had someplace.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a guy, you know, I can name a bunch of actors that I would always want to work with, but I gotta say Jack was probably the number one. And in fact, I almost didn't do the movie because I thought, you know, when he did a movie called Missouri Breaks with Brando, he had always loved Marlon Brando and wanted to work with him, but he almost didn't take that movie because he thought, I'm not sure I want to blow it on this one if this isn't the right one. And I almost didn't do this movie because I thought, I want to do just the right thing with Jack. And
because the chance may not come around again.
Exactly. So I didn't want to blow it, and I thought, well, you know what, it might not come around again. I'm going to do it and take my chance. He's as great a guy and as good an actor as it gets, and he's truly one of a kind, man. And when one day he looked over at me, we're both being made up in our suits, and he just looks at me and says, "Well, we just gotta let the wardrobe do the acting, kid." And that's true. After a while, man, you just work the suit, you know.
Did you were you frightened or intimidated at all a little bit, like the first day you meet him when you're
Yeah, no, the idea of it a little bit, because I thought, you know, I'm not sure what he's like, and this could be, because he's huge. He's huge, and he. But the first day I went over to talk with him about the script, and we had some dinner, and the first day that was gone. It was he's you know, not unlike me or people I grew up with. I just like a guy.
Regular guy.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
like
true?
a guy
Now,
you
people
can talk
say
about.
that. No, he's
well,
a
no. I mean, if a regular guy is, I don't know who would be a regular
Well,
guy.
I'm a regular guy.
All right, no, he's not regular at all. In that case, no.
Hey, now wait a minute.
No, I mean, on one hand, he is very. I mean, one day night we're coming home from dinner and we're discussing the best ways to make vanilla milkshakes and what we like about it. And he can turn around literally and discuss, you know, the Picasso and Van.
How did Picasso like his milkshakes?
He actually, you know,
I'm sorry.
he actually liked them thin, but he was cheap. He just didn't want to pay for the extra. And short. He liked them short.
Was there a friendship molded here, do you think?
Yeah, we're kind of pals. I mean, everybody keeps asking me that. It's not like we hang together all the time, but we go out and see each other. and you know, sit down and have some dinner every once in a while. You know, what was the surprising thing is how. You know, you see people be funny in movies, and then you meet them, and they're not necessarily very funny.
Right.
They just have somehow figured out how to do this thing. He's genuinely funny. I mean, he genuinely will make you laugh.
He says funny things and does funny things. And entertaining to be around.
He's extremely entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he was miscast. Me? I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah, of course.
I don't see the problem. No, he's. I mean, man, it's like.
So now, what is the deal? He's obviously the Joker.
Yeah.
And you're Batman.
Yeah.
And what happens? What has he done to irritate you?
Yeah. Just generally. No. He is. He's enough. I witnessed Batman. Bruce Wayne witnesses the murder of his parents when he's a kid.
And the Joker had done that?
Yeah, but he doesn't know it till later.
I see.
I'm kind of blowing the plot here.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like nobody's going to go see it now. Well, we saw it.
Well,
he
now
explained it.
What's the
Screw
point?
that. It's Raiders of the Ark again, or whatever.
That's right.
But now Gotham City is where? Ohio?
Gotham City is right outside of Akron.
On the lake. That's what I thought. Where did the cameras go? All right, we'll do a commercial, and then we'll be back here with Michael Keaton.
Now that I think about the merchandise, you know what never really took off, though, were those Rain Man lunchboxes. They never really worked, did they?
I don't know. I'm staying out of this one. You know, I mentioned that last summer I saw you in Clean and Sober.
Yeah.
And, geez, I thought you were terrific in that. I thought that was... I mean, you laughingly mentioned that in Batman it was in some measure okay to let the suit kind of do the acting, which I know you were jesting about a little bit, but not in Clean and Sober. That was just you out there, 90 minutes of tough stuff.
Yeah, which is great. You feel great when you come home from a thing like that. You know, it's just you just work and you come home and you're tired. You know, you feel like you used it up.
Yeah.
Which, you know, actually, you're gonna love this segue. No, really, you are. Watch this. Watch this. Okay. Yeah, you go and you just work. You feel like you're work, which is something that my dog doesn't really experience because. No, you know what I was saying about
material now, I believe. Here we go. Get ready, Anton.
No, I'm not. I just saw you mention. I saw you do a thing about border collies being nuts and all that.
Oh yeah, they are. They're crazy.
No, I have one.
You have a border collie?
Oh, they're fabulous dogs.
Yeah, but they're
yeah. They sit around. Is there anything I can do? Anything at all?
Yeah.
Is there anything I can do in the house? I'll just do anything.
Have you seen sheep? Have you heard about sheep? Anybody call?
Here, can you put the sheep outfit? Just put the sheep outfit on for me, and run around just for a couple of minutes. And then what I want you to do is be a maverick of the group. I want you to direct.
But they always, I can remember, and I've told this story several times, when we had them on the show, we were using on the show, some had to wait in the dressing room, like many of our guests. And the ones who had to wait in the dressing room the whole time were like that, looking out the door like, well, I may be called any second.
That's right. That's the idea. Were a lot of them going over their stuff?
Yeah, they were
quizzing
each other on it.
Like those Labradors sitting around all the time.
But do you have them indoors? Do you let them run?
He does it all. He does it all.
What's his name?
Dusty. Sean named my little boy named him Dusty.
Now I think this is interesting. Your 6-year-old son. This is probably the low end of the target audience for Batman, right?
Yeah,
6 years.
Yeah, that's about the bottom. Yeah.
Now, does he have any connection now that Dad is this big super?
Yeah. But what's great about it is he gets what I do. He mostly gets what I do. He once told people at school, and they asked him what their dad did for a living. He said he sleeps in a trailer.
So he's very proud of Dad's work.
No, because he's seen me do other things, he knows what I do. So he puts together. He now knows. I mean, had this been my first movie, I think it'd say, is he Batman or is he my dad? I'm not sure yet. But you know what he did? He brought his bat suit to the premiere the other night in a plastic bag.
It was his idea?
God,
his idea, Michael?
Stuck it under the thing. I sit down next to him. Like, there's a bat. He put it in his. I had one made for him by the costumer, you know. And he actually put it, like, if there's trouble, I'm ready. You know, I can slip into this thing and go out and do some damage.
Well, a long, difficult life, perhaps.
Well, maybe.
Well, that's great. That's cute. That must make you feel terrific.
Yeah, he's having a great time.
Yeah, and take some time. When did you finish this thing? Because I think people I started reading about the film like 6 months ago.
I finished it about 3 or 4 months ago, I guess. But, you know, there was stuff to do after it. And now I'm done. This is, in fact, this is the final thing, and I'm real happy about it. Yeah.
What are you going to do?
My brothers and I do an annual
How many brothers do you have?
3 brothers.
Yeah.
3 sisters, but me and the boys do an annual fishing trip.
Where do you go?
Taking out for. Well, out west. Generally, I hesitate to say where because things, you know.
Oh yeah, they'll hunt you down in Wyoming.
Well, no, I mean odd things have happened, so I don't
is
ever
that
say
right?
where.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
What do you go for? Marlin, blue?
Yeah, blue marlin out there in Wyoming. Tuna too. There's a lot of tuna there, and right at the Tetons. Oh boy, sailfish.
Rocky Mountain tuna. You can't beat the
No, you can't.
Rocky Mountain blues.
Anyway,
you got into the wilderness. You're out there fishing.
Yeah. We take off when we go. My brothers are wild. My brothers are funny, man. They are. Well, that's it.
No.
No. This is just a nice thing we do every year, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, maybe some year you'll invite me.
I doubt it, but maybe. No, of course you can. Well, it's a familial thing. It's a family kind of.
Well, no, I don't have a family, but no, thanks. But maybe vicariously I could experience the fun. Yeah, me and Dorothy be out there with you in waders, looking for mackerel.
Out there in Wyoming. Yeah.
Are we done? Does he have to leave? No, you don't have to leave, does he? Does he have to? Hey, Morty, can
do
he
the
hang
show
out?
and I'm staying.
Let's see.
Isaiah, huh?
Yeah,
he's correct.
Michael Keaton, folks. We'll be right back. No, you don't want to leave, do you?
I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the original company of Cats, or were you just in the road?
The road, the truck and bus.
Yeah,
we went all over the Midwest.
Yeah.
I was out for 18 weeks.
Really?
Oh, yeah, without a break.
Was the makeup thing the little whiskers
Tough.
hard?
Oh, sure. Well, like you get up early and they put it on and you're in it all day.
Very good,
yeah,
Matt.
but I enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Midnight and the kitties are sleeping.
Gee, think about Cats.
Tomorrow on the program, Sandra Bernhard will be here. Also on the program, 10,000 Maniacs will be here, and
the 10,000.
no, it's just 10,000. No, it's not the 10,000. It's just 10,000.
Is it the Batman?
No. And New York City Parks Commissioner Henry Stern will be here. And, boy, crowd is getting grumpy. And also insect wrangler Steve Kutcher. Is that right? That'll be tomorrow. So, now, we have just a couple of more minutes here. Explain to me about you and your brothers. In addition to going fishing, you go...
No, we don't. We're just going fishing to try to behave ourselves. But you have to understand, my brothers now are all older than me, and they were, in a sense, they were wild. We were all kind of went through our wild phase. But these guys were nuts, They actually, when I was a kid, built me they built a boxing ring in the yard and would like stage bouts, and it was me. It was me. And guys would come in.
Farm workers come into town?
Mike, take them. I was like a tiny kid. We would literally have boxing matches, and a lot of these guys I liked.
Yeah.
I didn't have any grudge. I didn't have to go out and fight these guys, So one day, my brother and I, my brother Paul, we used to get in some wild fights.
What does Paul do now?
Paul is in the building construction business, selling building construction materials. And one day we're down. We used to take big sweat socks and stuff them. We had a bag of socks in the basement where we used to use for sled riding and stuff. And we used to stuff them full of rolled up socks and then stick your hand in there.
Gloves.
Make you gloves. He was a lot bigger than me at the time because I was a little guy, and he would get on his knees and fight, and used to pummel me. And your hand would slip through the gloves, the socks, and you'd catch a knuckle every once in a while. So this one night he was just beating me up. And there were these windows in the basement, and I'm fighting, and I finally had it, and I said, oh, wait a minute, time out. I said, who's that up in the window? He turns to look up in the window. I take the glove off, and I get one of these guys going, like one of those bolo things. I go, I fired this thing, whap, and I smack him across. I think he chased me for like a week. Out in the yard, boom, and then I raided up the steps, and he hit me, and then I chased him up the cellar steps, and this is how I got ready for Batman. He ran me up the steps. I chased him up the steps. He got to the top cellar steps and turned around and went, poof, and kicked me all the way back. Oh, I mean, it was wild.
Yeah.
So one night we go out and we stay out all night, and then we end up going skydiving, which is the thing.
Going skydiving?
Yeah, like taught by a guy who had literally no teeth, taught us how to do it. But we don't have time. But hey, for the next show, huh?
Yeah, but I don't want to go fishing now. Thanks.
Why?
Anyway.
Because I've hurt your feelings?
I don't want any part of this Paul guy.
Where was
Beating me with socks in the middle of the night. I don't think so. Anyway, this monster, it opens Friday.
Friday.
Yeah. Well, geez, congratulations and good luck.
Yeah, man, it's going to be fun.
I'm sure it'll be like the runaway hit of the decade.
That's what they're saying.
We'll come back again sometime.
All right.
Good to see you, Michael. Michael Keaton.
Tim Burton and Michael Keaton have worked together, and of course they've been several years in this business, but both of you now with Batman are on the verge, I guess, of something bigger than the both of you, bigger than any project you've ever been in. Tim, is that
Can I say something? Nothing is bigger than this, really. If I can for a moment.
I've been in show business, 35 years
It's
now,
your life.
40 years, and this is the biggest thing I've ever been involved with.
Does it sometimes get so big that you think, wait a minute, what happened here, Tim?
Well, you know, luckily being in England, you don't, you know, we didn't see a lot of it. But you know, coming back, you do see it. But I just try to avoid it, and because you know, you just want the movie to stand on its own, and you know, there's nothing you can do about the stuff surrounding it.
Did that help being in England, Michael?
Yeah, because I actually learned how big this thing had gotten when I came back. I had made a couple. I got to come home once, and then I went back and fished out. When I came home and the movie had been wrapped, I started to take in the enormity of it.
In fact, could you share a moment, maybe the first time you stepped out onto one of those massive sets and looked around you?
Well, that's what happened. While I was doing this movie, I was at the same time a participant and an observer, an onlooker almost, because I was pretty knocked out by the enormity of it. And I'd be sitting on the set with Tim sometimes, and he'd be into discussions about things, and I'd panic for a minute. I'd say, I don't even know what he's talking about, because he's off.
Nobody else did either.
Right? He's off into so many things. But I think Tim actually. I mean, I hate to talk for other people. You know, it's like telling somebody, you know what you ought to do. I always like when people say, you know what you should do. But Tim seems to be, to me, someone who actually thrives on a lot of stuff going on at one time.
Yeah.
And actually, what he gave to me, one of the ideas he gave to me. For the character was, this is a man who has too much on his plate, and that was key to Bruce Wayne.
Too much on his plate, Tim?
Somebody's a lot going on, you know.
Well,
I
let's
mean,
look at the man's lifestyle.
They can't
you know?
quite. Yeah, he's got a night job, you know.
Yeah, and he's got to pull off something during the day, you know, while being tired.
Now, the whole inception of this idea goes back many years, but I guess in, what, 1985, Tim, there was a preliminary script that was it more comic?
Was it what?
Was it a little bit more comically oriented?
Yeah, it was actually a lot like, I felt, and it was a lot like the structure of Superman. It was sort of kind of a similar take on it, which I think this is a very different from Superman, and should be different.
Mm-hmm.
And so it took a while to get to the right tone, I think.
Now, with Michael in the project, did you have to sit on him? Did he sit on himself? What kind of a process did you get to kind of keep the lid?
Well, you didn't have to keep a lid on it. It was more. I actually felt more like a junior high psychology student, because here you're a movie based on a comic book, but you're trying to give it a little bit more psychological structure, base to it, without going too far. So. We went in with a firm idea of what we wanted to do, but then, in terms of movement, in terms of, tones and all, there's a lot of just discussions and really just trying things. So it wasn't so much keeping a lid on something as it was just sort of exploring it and trying to watch the tone.
These darker things that have been creeping more and more into your roles, Michael, do you like this? Is that
yeah, I do like it, but it's coincidental in that it happened 3 times in a row. That's just the way they went. And then, weirdly enough, I was offered something the other day that I really was intrigued by, and it also was pretty dark, and I don't see it necessarily as a way I'm going, or I mean the way I'm going. I just see it as a way, or something I'm doing for a while, and I'll then do something else again. And I'm fortunate enough to be able to do it all, do both.
Which of the two of you would most like to jump out from behind the hedge and say boo, to get a scare, a shock, maybe with a comedy?
I don't know. I'll tell you this much though. I was talking about this yesterday. The whole idea of fear and when you're a kid and stuff. I was thinking about this when I heard Tim talk. It was always more fun to me to scare than to be scared, wasn't it? I used to scare the shit out of my sister. And I tell you, man, it was really fun. Yes. I mean, I used to love, and they knew, my sisters knew I would scare them. I mean, most of them went stir, because my brothers were older than me, and they'd scare me. That was their function.
Yeah, I mean, I love to look in the mirror and scare myself.
Yeah, really though, literally, you see how grotesque you can make your face sometimes? I would literally do it. And to scare my sister was like, great.
How long did it take the two of you to find you had this in common, Tim?
I'm just learning this now.
But it is fun.
Yeah, it's great.
And sometimes I scare my kid, and he digs it. I like to chase him around the house, and I notice that I have to pull back sometimes because he's going, all right.
Now, finally, tell me about the duel of the smoked glasses here.
You see how much light is in here. I mean,
no, babe. Come on, babe.
All right,
let's be honest.
We're very show business
and pretentious,
types, yes.
And that's why we decided to stay true to our nature. The pretentious bullshit image.
But if you wore those on that dark set, you couldn't see a dark
Truthfully,
thing.
I got a couple hours sleep last night. These are real bright, and they're drying my eyes out, and we do
these constantly, so you get really stupid looking, and I choose not to look goofy if I can help it.
Just a few seconds. Were either of you not a Batman fan, but as a result of this are now?
I kind of am more interested now because I wasn't before. I didn't dislike the man. I just had no opinion.
Yeah.
Now I actually find it pretty intriguing.
Okay. Michael Keaton.
All right.
Tim Burton.
Hello.
We're talking about Batman here in Hollywood. I'm John Tippett for KCTV5.
Okay.
Michael, and I'll go into Michael and his answer.
All right, very good. Okay, are we going?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right. Well, Michael, Tim, it's good to be with you here talking about Batman. I have been looking forward to this picture ever since I first heard about it. And now I can tell you, I love it. It's
Great.
marvelous.
Good.
It's marvelous. It's really well done. It's thoroughly enjoyable.
Well, then I guess we can end right there.
No. Michael, I'm sure that you must have given a great deal of thought to whether or not you wanted to do this. How long did you actually ponder it?
I don't know. Maybe it probably wasn't that long because I don't think we had that much time. We pretty much had to go. I pondered it because I thought maybe I just don't want to work now because I had to do another movie just before then and I didn't want to put two back to back. But I was intrigued by the whole idea of Tim directing the script that I read, which was really a wonderful script. And so I went back and forth on it, and then it sounded like Jack might be doing it. And so I wasn't sure about... One thing I was going to do was wait and see who the Joker was, because that was key. And if it wasn't Jack, I had to really think about who else might do it. And once it was him, that was kind of the weight that made the scale go like that.
The other thing about it that is so intriguing, the Batman costume.
Yeah.
But that looks like a real torture chamber.
That was the idea, I think. No, the idea of it basically was armor, and I think what's nice about the whole concept of that is it shows that Batman is intelligent. He's smart enough to see he has no superpowers. He's a human being, so the man designs things to make his life work better. Everything from the little boomerang gun, or the batarang to the harpoon pistol and his car, which is sets him apart from, I think, from most other comic book heroes or larger than life heroes.
How many pieces are in the costume?
I don't know how many pieces are in it, but different materials. There's metal, a couple metal plates, some bolts, so there's metal, rubber, it's whatever connects the rubber piece together, like a latex or something, or a spandex or whatever it is. Leather, Velcro, there's probably wood in there somewhere. I don't know, there's all kinds of...
How do you get into it?
Well, I sit down and I think about it real... Oh, you mean physically? I was zipped into the back of it and then bolted into the front because the cape comes around and had to fit a certain way. Otherwise, it became lopsided, and so that had to be bolted into the chest, which was covered by the plate. And the guy who did it was very ingenious, Bob Ringwood.
And then the mask is separate?
The mask, yes, was glued down, now that I think about it. Oof, that was awful. That came on over your head. You had to stretch into that, fill it out, get it in the right place when they would glue it down. So every day I was glued into it, and then at the end of the day, I'm glued out of it.
Then trying to act in that, just move around.
There's a whole ball game. Move around. First of all, just trying to move around, then trying to act in it. Usually came in that order. Let me see if I can actually move, and then I'll think about acting.
And then it's got to be hot in there under
Then it's
the lights.
hot. It's all those things. But what happens is there's a movie to be made, really, and even though I would occasionally complain about it, what are you going to do? At some point, you've got to get on with it, and that's what you got to get on with it. And then I found ways to get out, through the shoot. I figured out little tricks where I could go off in the corner and take the top off and put the top back on.
Well, it's very effective. Tim, let's get you into this conversation here.
How long did it take you to get into the costume?
Oh, I just used to tie a towel around my neck.
That's all I had to do.
Nicholson, of course, is just the perfect Joker. I can't imagine anybody else doing the role. But would you just let him go full out and do whatever he wanted to do?
Well, I mean, the great thing about Jack is before you walk onto the set. I mean, we had lots of conversations. So, you know, the thing with Jack is that he won't do a movie unless he feels like everybody's in sync and making the same thing. So, you know, before we ever walked on the set, I knew what he was going to do. He knew the kind of movie that we were making. So what's great is that he walks on the set with a very firm framework, but then, you know, you do 5 takes and you get it 5 different ways. I mean, he just, you know, he's brilliant that way. He just knows so much about film and makes everything personal. So, you know, it's for me, it's the most fun way to work because you know what you're doing, very strong, but then you get it lots of ways, so it's great.
Are you at all concerned that some of the fans of the comic books are saying, oh, I don't know, I think they've messed it all up? Does that concern you?
Well, you know, it's a very vocal group of people, and everybody has an opinion, and I knew that before I even went into it, so I just said to myself before I ever got into it, look, this is how I feel about the character. I'm going to try to be true to the spirit of it, but then just do our own thing, and that's all you can do, you know, and just try to make it you know, a good movie. So, you know, it doesn't concern me too much because I feel good about it.
Well, I bet the grosses are going to be fantastic on it, and I wish you both the very, very best because it deserves it.
Thank you.
It's a great film.
Thank you very much.
Liked it a lot.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Come on in and meet the lady who once told her father when she was a little girl, I want to be a movie star. Did you really say that?
Oh yeah, I told not only my daddy, I told everybody at school that I would be. Not I wanted to be, I would be. I'd be a singer and a movie star.
In that order.
And they all, you know, pushed me down on the playground. That was the end of it. That was, you know, oh yeah, okay.
Could anybody have envisioned that you would have a playing card character on one side of you and a Batman on the other at that time, though?
Never.
Could
Boy.
you have?
I have a lot of visions, but no, I couldn't either.
I mean, was there a moment on the set when you just suddenly sort of took stock of what was going on all around you and said, where am I?
That was every day. That was every day, and especially when I got off the plane in London. I mean, I said, where are we? What are we doing? I was Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz during this whole filming. I really was. It was actually a great place to be, really special.
On the whole, was it also a good place to be one of the few women, at least that we see on screen, in what is seemingly a man's world there?
Right. Tim Burton calls it the Phantom of the Opera of the 80s, and believe you me, I felt like I was in the sewer half the time. I mean, no, it was like
Paris catacombs.
No, it was like a surreal, yeah, or a surrealistic painting. It was like being a part of a fantasy that, but a very special place because Vicky was the light, I think, of the film. I think between the two, the evil and the dark, just the darkness of Batman, the darkness of the Joker. I think she was the light and the ground floor, so to speak. She was the reality. She was the one that could stand back with her bowl of popcorn and watch these little boys just go at it, and then all of a sudden
fruitcakes, I think is the word.
Yeah, it's fruitcakes is exactly right. And then all of a sudden, then pull back and you know, throw the popcorn bowl aside, and then go for them and say, you know, hey, snap out of it. Enough of this crap. You know, do you love me? Do you love me? And you know, and he says, no, I'm Batman. I think by the end of the movie, she didn't care whether he's Batman or not.
You said something very interesting too about your own feelings as Vicky Vale towards Bruce Wayne and Batman. As you fell in love with Bruce Wayne, the fact that he was a Batman was sort of insignificant after all.
Totally.
Yeah, I love this.
Totally, because, you know, when we're after something in our lives, and especially love, infatuation, sex, they lead the world. I mean, you know, they lead us. So, you know, it's no different with Vicky Vale. I mean, she fell in love with Bruce Wayne. And, you know, I don't care if he dresses up as Jack the Ripper and goes and whatever. It doesn't matter. By the end of the movie, I think she could care less about journalism. She could care less about bats. She could care less about the hoopla. She could care less. And then, so that's why it becomes unimportant.
You mean love conquers all, even the instincts of a news hound?
Absolutely. It's an old way to put it, but it's not. It lives forever.
Is it really true that the Caped Crusaders' clothing or something came off on you? Traces of the rubberized substance?
Yeah, yeah. It's just that Michael's outfit, it was so heavy and so hot, and it's, you know, the heat and there was a lot of heat on the set, and he was sweating half the time. He had to, the rubber itself was very black, and they had to spray it at times. It shined in certain ways, you know, it would be offensive to the camera, whatever. So, therefore, they had to, you know, mat it down with this black stuff, and it was all over me, all over him, all
What
over.
kind of remover must you use to?
I can't even remember what we used to get it off. I know it took a lot. It took something.
It'd be hard to have a clandestine affair with a character like that and to be so telltale.
I don't know. A little tough, but whoa. I don't know.
Could I switch gears just a minute and ask you a question that I hope won't be embarrassing to you, but the kind of beauty that you have and that some filmmakers have explored on screen, there's a kind of an otherworldly quality to films like Stepmothers and Alien and this one. When does that become a detriment or a drawback in getting roles, when you have a quality that can be tapped like that?
Right. I think I went through that when I first came to Hollywood, because there are so many pretty girls and, you know, attractive women, and I was much more determined to outdraw that attractiveness or outdo it or be better than the attractiveness. You know, I really, you know, I write, I have music in my life, I have film. That's all I was interested in. I didn't care about being people being judgmental toward me. So I really tried to block that out of my mind and just went for it. And that's what you have to do. And I really want what I want. And you know, I'm getting what I want. It's that simple. You know, I believe in that very strongly. So I didn't let that paralyze me. It could have, you're right, and it could have done damage, and it was a detriment to me. And I had to go through this little change in my mind saying, rather than trying to hide it and wear big clothes and always pulling my hair back in a ponytail and everything, I said, Jesus, it's just me, man. What can I do? You know, because in the 70s when they were doing films, you know, when films were coming in the 70s and early 80s, and when I was really in Hollywood, and I came to Hollywood in the early 80s, and started off, I mean, look at the women. I mean, they weren't that attractive women that were getting the big roles in town, you know, so you had to sort of dress up and look dumpy and pray, you know. Well, I said, after a while, I said, this is ridiculous. Accept yourself, Kim, and just go for it, man. So that's exactly what I've done.
And she did, and the little girl that wanted to become a movie star, Kim Basinger, did indeed do that.
Thank you
Not
a lot.
so many years later.
Thank you.
We were both in Hollywood talking about Bat-Man. I'm John Tibbetts for KCTV5.
You were hesitant in the beginning to sign on with the project, and then once you became involved and you had to deal with that wave of criticism about your casting, I mean,
Yeah.
were you scared at that point that maybe this could be the wrong thing?
No, I wasn't scared about that. What generally works best for me is taking a risk, and that's a real good, healthy thing to do, I think. There were a few nights where I kind of thought I may have pushed it too far this time, but I knew I had Tim, and by that time Jack was in, so I really believed that I could only fall below X if the whole bottom fell out of this movie. And I work well with my back against the wall.
You like that kind of pressure?
Yeah, I like it. So little did they know that they were just feeding me, baby.
Talk to me then, Tim, about the casting of Michael Keaton. I mean, he's not your quintessential superhero prototype.
Well, you know, the comic book is based, it's one of the few characters that's a human being. I just found it was a much more interesting way to go. I mean, you know, there's been a lot of talk about the size of somebody's jaw, but I mean, how often when you meet somebody do you sit there and just stare at his jaw the whole dinner, you know, or whatever you're talking to him? You don't, you know, that's a very, I'd say 1% of the whole thing. With Michael, you just get so much more, and you know, all you'd have to do is look at him and you see him putting on a bat suit, and it makes a lot of sense as opposed to, you know, some big, strong, rich, handsome guy. I mean, I could never figure out why a guy like that would want to put on a bat suit.
Everybody, of course, has their way that they relate to the Batman character. For a lot of women, it's a sexual thing. I mean,
Yeah, this is a very sexy movie.
what's your take on that when you had the suit on?
It's a very sexy movie.
Well, Kim Basinger has said that when you had the cape and the mask and everything on, that it did something to her.
I think the whole look of this guy put in this atmosphere, you know, it's a sexy movie regardless. I really think. I mean, I'm not being humble here. I didn't design the suit, so I can't take any credit for it, except that it is an awesome thing.
Michael, were you at all, I don't know, maybe hurt is the right word. Did you feel like, why do I have to prove myself to this faction of Batman fans?
Well, fortunately I wasn't aware that there was this faction of the DC Comics fundamentalists, as I call them. By the time I discovered that they had such a heavy lobby, we were in England working, so that was really fortunate for us, because it was. Then I came back, and then I got it about 9 minutes after I stepped off the plane. I noticed something was afoot, and by that time I was pretty fascinated by it, and I still am pretty amazed by it. I just don't quite get it. I mean, you know, what are we talking about here? I mean, it's a movie.
You said at one point that being a movie star would be pretty neat stuff, that you thought it would be okay. Now that you've crossed that barrier into becoming a movie star, and you've got some of the baggage that goes along with it, is it still neat?
What I find interesting is, from an objective point of view, is I think there are really good actors, and I think there are really good movie stars, and then there's a group that cross over. But for my money, there aren't many who do both well, and I don't take one away from the other. You know what I mean? So I never went into it to become a movie star. And anybody who tells you it's not fun to have people say hi to you and say they think they're great are lying to you.
And you get to share the screen with Jack Nicholson.
Oh man, you kidding me? It's great. It's just great. As good as it gets. But Tim, Kim, and Jack, that combination in a movie is potent.
Tell me, who is Vicki Vale? How would you describe her?
Well, she's a photojournalist, okay? She gets off the boat in this as a photojournalist coming through. And she's after the Batman story, I guess. You know, she's a little strange. She's got a little twist to her in it. Yeah, I think she's sort of freaky. I like that. I like that about her.
You're the only one who really got to find what they were looking for. I mean, everybody else is still waiting to find out who Batman is, right?
That's right. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. And it's women's intuition or it's my instinct. I think I figured it out. I don't think the audience got to see me figure it out, but who cares after that? You know, I think as she's in the movie, I always say this, as love, infatuation, or sex. I said they sort of all lead us around by collar anyway, right? So after she finds out she's in love with Bruce Wayne, I don't think she really gives a damn whether he's Batman or Jack the Ripper.
Who's sexier, Batman or Bruce Wayne?
Who's sexier? Yeah. I kind of like them both. I'd make him wear a suit on Saturday, though. Batman is bigger than life, and he stands for a lot of good. And yeah, I think he stands for just pure raw sex, quite frankly. I can't help but be turned on to that. I mean, it's kind of neat.
The adventure continues. Now with Batman, the serial. And nothing can slow him down. Nothing can stop him from bringing it to you. It's here. A smashing taste. A honey nut flavored part of your complete breakfast. Batman cereal.
The premiere took place on June 19th, 1989, at the Mann Village and Bruin Theaters in Westwood, Los Angeles, California. Originally, Warner Brothers planned a large-scale celebration converting Broxton Avenue into a Gotham City-style event, but security concerns shifted the plan to a more controlled screening. A number of prominent celebrities attended, including Michael Keaton with his wife Caroline McWilliams, Jack Nicholson, Kim Basinger with family, Winona Ryder, musician Joni Mitchell, numerous other actors, musicians, and public figures with a paparazzi capturing high-resolution photos and coverage. The event was marked by extraordinary fan enthusiasm. Approximately 10,000 fans filled the cordoned-off streets, many sporting Batman-themed apparel and cosplay. Fans began lining up days in advance for a chance to receive free tickets, souvenirs, and participate in additional screenings.
After all the hype and a budget reportedly in excess of $40 million, Batman finally got off the ground last night, and the excess continued as a crush of fans and lines of stars were on hand for a Gotham-sized premiere. It wasn't Gotham City, but everyone in town turned out to see one of the most eagerly awaited films of the year. Batman brought out Bat-Maniacs and celebrities at its Los Angeles premiere.
Nice outfit.
Wait till they get a load of me.
I'm so nervous. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm at the Academy Awards. It's incredible. I'm just excited about the whole thing.
I am a Batman fan. Biff, bam, biffy, sow.
Star Michael Keaton wasn't talking as he walked in. Neither was Jack Nicholson, who arrived after the film had started. But their performances as Batman and the Joker got rave reviews afterwards, especially from those fans lucky enough to get one of the free 1,000 seats at the premiere.
It was a fantastic movie, and Jack Nicholson was great.
I've loved Batman for a zillion years. I was worried that with all the publicity, people were, it might not live up to it. It surpasses it. This is great.
And the stars were just as enthusiastic.
It's powerful, it's mythic, it's big and psychologically complex and entertaining.
Jack Nicholson's just brilliant, completely out of his mind.
It's truly unbelievable. I mean, Michael Keaton is as good as it gets. Jack Nicholson, there is no one else to play the Joker. It is unbelievable.
Batman opens in theaters nationwide on Friday, and by the looks of things, if you start lining up now, you might get in to see it the first couple of days.
Well, it didn't take the summer solstice to make people go batty in Los Angeles. The premiere of the movie Batman did that job. It took 10 years for the movie to reach the silver screen, and it looks like it struck gold. Dennis Michael reports.
The crowd started gathering over the weekend in anticipation of a movie premiere so big it had to be held in 2 theaters. By the time the limousines began to arrive, the crowds filled the streets of Westwood Village. Warner Brothers offered a few hundred free tickets to the first hopefuls in line. Despite their getup, the 36-hour wait at the head of the line was no joke.
So we're being squished to death up here instead of being mashed to death back there.
There's no other way of putting it. This evening, Los Angeles has gone bats. Rank-and-file Bat-Maniacs were there by the thousands, but they weren't the only ones swept up in the excitement. Some of Hollywood's biggest stars turned out for the premiere, giving the event the glitter of vintage Tinseltown. Attendees included Sylvester Stallone, Eddie Murphy, Don Johnson with Melanie Griffith, Glenn Close, and dozens of other top-flight celebrities. Peter Guber, co-executive producer of Batman, was delighted with the turnout at the end of his 10-year effort to bring the Caped Crusader to the screen.
It's finally here. It's just beyond words. I mean, a lot of great films we've done, but this is like a life experience. I'm thrilled. How does this feel? Pretty damn good.
Feels great!
The crowd's biggest welcome came for fast-moving Michael Keaton, who plays the title role in Batman. Keaton's casting as the Dark Knight was the most controversial aspect of the film's production, but those concerns seem to be over.
Are you among those who are concerned about Michael Keaton playing Batman? At first I was, and now I think it'll be great. What changed your mind? The previews.
I think Michael Keaton will far surpass what you expect. It's going to be the new Batman, the new wave Batman of the 90s.
The crowd did wait to get a look at Jack Nicholson, who plays the scene-stealing Joker in Batman. He was expected to helicopter in from the set of The Two Jakes, the sequel to Chinatown, in which he is the lead actor and director. But despite the bat signals, he arrived halfway through the movie, after all the cameras and most of the crowd had already gone back to their caves. Dennis Michael, CNN Entertainment News, Hollywood.
That paraphernalia than you'd find in Bruce Wayne's basement, and enough stars to fill the audience at the Academy Awards. The man with the pointy ears and the black rubber suit drew a crowd of at least 8,000 in Los Angeles last night as Batman the movie finally premiered. Is the hype over, or has it just begun? Dale Harimoto reports.
An entire city block was cordoned off to hold the fans, and it took 2 theaters to hold everybody who'd been invited to the premiere. And for those who weren't invited, the show outside was almost as exciting as the show inside.
I love Batman, and I loved everything. I like the car. I'm really excited to see the movie.
I hope it's a good movie. I've heard a lot about it, and it sounds a little darker than what I think a lot of people are expecting.
This is like coming back to my childhood.
Batman star Michael Keaton flew through the crowd of Bat fans, some of whom had been waiting for hours just to catch a glimpse of him. The premiere party was supposed to be held here on the streets of Westwood with elaborate plans to recreate Gotham City. But Warner Brothers got nervous about security and decided to donate the money to charity instead. But it looks like a party, and it feels like a party. Is this a party? Yeah! It's a party! Judging judging from the crowd's reaction, this may be the summer's longest party.
Michael was excellent, excellent. I mean, it's Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton together, but it's some great performances, though.
No, I loved it. Yeah, great action.
I thought it was great. It was action-packed. I wasn't bored for a second. I loved it.
I really loved it. Michael Keaton is wonderful.
Great.
Of course, Jack Nicholson was brilliant.
I thought they were both great.
But it was what the die-hard fans thought that really mattered.
That was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And my man Jack was great. I loved it. I thought it was great. Nicholson was just incredible.
It was perfect. Hey, I've been reading comic books since I was 6 years old. They couldn't have done this movie any better. It's great. I love this movie. I'm going to see it over and over again.
And when do you get to see Batman? Friday's the official release, but theaters in several cities will jump the gun and show it late Thursday night. Among those attending one exclusive screening Thursday in Washington, D.C. will be Vice President Dan Quayle, along with his family. Afterward, he's reportedly going to attend a reception at the National Zoo's newly redecorated Batcave.
Bat-Mania is sweeping America with long lines outside cinemas across the country. In Los Angeles, the stars came out to cheer the Caped Crusader, played by actor Michael Keaton. The film's heroine is Kim Basinger. At the Washington preview, senators arrived in bat shirts, and yes, the man who plays Robin to President Bush is also a fan.
I've read all the comic books and everything. I'm a very good Batman fan.
It's a merchandiser's dream. There are 300 Bat products to choose from. Stores can't keep them in stock, from records, shoes and watches to T-shirts. One store chain selling 40,000 even before the film opened.
Oh, I love them, but it wasn't the Batman you used to see on TV.
Yeah, it wasn't the Batman I grew up with, but hey, it was pretty good.
The studio boss is a very rich and happy man.
I loved every minute of it.
How much did this man love it? Ken Reese, News at 10, Washington.
Thousands of Batman fans camped out to see the stars who attended last night's Hollywood premiere. Besides the cast, dozens of celebrities showed up for the big night, including Sylvester Stallone, Tom Selleck, Chevy Chase, and Burgess Meredith. There were thousands of people. There were thousands of seats available. Many fans were in line for days trying to get in. Of course, Batman attire was everywhere, and some folks even wore their green hair and their face makeup in honor of their favorite character, the Joker, played by Jack Nicholson. And tonight at 10, we begin a series of reports on Batman. Entertainment reporter Scott Patrick talks one-on-one with the members of the cast and the director. Again, more Batman Mania on 9 News starting tonight at 10.
Hello. Yes, we seem to be down to our last Diet Coke. A gentleman is on his way to pick some up. Just look for a black car.
At Harvey's, collect all 3 Batman movie cups free with a purchase of a supersized Diet Coke for just $1.29 each with any food purchase. Until July 31st. Only at Harvey's.
Just for the taste of it, Diet Coke.
On After 8 this morning, violent comic books. Don't laugh. If you haven't thumbed through a superhero comic lately, you may be shocked at what's on the shelf. It used to be that comic book violence was all pretty much kid stuff. A bang or a pow to the jaw was usually the extent of it. No blood, no mess. But not anymore. In the last decade, the dosage of extreme graphic violence and sexual suggestiveness has been on the increase in many comic books where the primary color is red, blood red. The books may be costly, but the blood flows freely. Grisly brutality and outright sadism have replaced the sanitized, bloodless violence of yesteryear. As a result, critics contend a dark, excessively cruel, and hostile world is frequently depicted. Psychiatrist Dr. Thomas Radecki has studied the trend, and he's concerned.
We get used to the old violence. We want something more violent, more thrilling, more exciting. There's got to be more blood, more amputations, more decapitations, something more brutal and hideous than before.
The increasingly mature themes may in part be fueled by a growing number of adult enthusiasts who now account for a significant percentage of sales. Mind you, not all the superheroes have changed. Some continue to fight crime the old-fashioned way. Yet on the same rack beside the relatively restrained Spider-Man, you are now likely to find the Green Arrow kneeling in front of a crucified prostitute, a bloody scene of Void Indigo, or a very adult subject drawn in the Elektra Assassin. Buddy Saunders operates a chain of comic book and hobby stores in Texas and is among the many concerned by the direction the comics have taken. Doesn't the seal on the comic make it clear who it's supposed to be sold to?
You're talking about the comics code?
Yeah.
Well, the comics code is no longer a guarantee in any way that the content will be appropriate for children. And a great many comic books do not have any kind of seal on them at all.
So how do you determine at your shop who's able to buy what?
Often with great difficulty. I don't think publishers are being very responsible in providing retailers with the kind of information they need when we order the books and when we receive the books. The information is just not there very often.
Talk to me about who's buying these kinds of books that I have laid out in front of me. Who's your customers?
Most of our customers are older readers. There's a high percentage of adult customers, and we don't have a lot of problem there. My concern as a retailer and as a parent is that these comics are also being aggressively promoted by publishers to the children's market. I don't know of any retailer or any publisher that doesn't want children as customers.
You think the violence is that widespread? I mean, if I picked out a representative grouping as we did that piece of tape?
The violence is extremely widespread. It is growing worse, and I feel like as a parent I can't allow my child to read most of the action-adventure superhero comics in that particular genre.
Let's talk to Chris Claremont a little bit. He may be the most successful and best-selling comic book writer in America today. And good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
How come we're seeing this? I mean, why are we seeing comics more violent than when you and I used to read them as kids?
Well, I think actually, when you said, was that a representative sampling, I don't think it was. It was a sampling of a specific end of the market. And what you have in comics today is an offering on the part of the publishers that is as wide and varied as the audience. In the case of the Void Indigo and the Elektra Assassin books, those were offered by Marvel's Epic comic line, which is it's an imprint that's specifically geared towards the adult market. And on the other hand, Marvel offers Star Comics, which is geared to the children's market, which is acceptable to very young kids, and the mainstream Marvel books, which are geared intentionally to the mainstream audience.
Yeah, but one second. I mean, we'll talk about that little kid in mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
Let's put up the shot again of the Green Arrow kneeling in front of a crucified prostitute. Now, this is pretty gory stuff, and you say this is for adults. And yet, I'm holding here a little statue of a little Green Arrow doll that is obviously meant for a child.
May I interject here? Green Arrow, DC feels that Green Arrow can be marketed to children. They've told us that, and they continue to tell us that.
What about, Chris?
Well, by the same token, you see a lot of Lucasfilm product, for example, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, marketed to kids, and yet a lot of people found material in that film that was objectionable. I think what you have here is a dichotomy between the merchandising side of a comic book publisher or any publisher or any producer versus the creative side. And what the publishers are trying to do is differentiate their material according to an audience that is much larger than
they're not differentiating it well enough.
They're not.
Well, I think that has to come under a matter of opinion. I can speak personally for Marvel, which is trying very hard to address the problem, to give the retailers enough information in its solicitation sheets.
Marvel is a much more responsible publisher than, say, DC comic books.
Well, you've written to the publishers. When you write, what do they tell you?
They tell me that in essence, they tell me that I am from a backward state, that people on the East and West Coast are much more progressive and feel like that this material is appropriate for their children. They tell me that this kind of material is actually good for kids. It teaches them about how the world really is. And that leads me to something else, the way women are handled in these comics. I don't have a daughter, but if I was a daughter, or had a daughter, I'd really be concerned about the message young kids are receiving as far as a relationship with women. Read these comics, you get the impression the only way you can have a relationship with a woman is by using a gun or a knife.
But I think, again, the flaw in the reasoning is the presumption that you can apply this attitude to the entire industry, and that isn't so. I think there are specific books which have to be addressed specifically.
Do you think it's an industry problem, or is it a parental problem? I mean, he's got a good point, which is, hey, you know what, if you go to the movies, Debbie Does Dallas is playing right next to Bambi, and you can read anything you want on the adult rack right next to Shane in the library. I mean, why should your industry be different?
Parents definitely have a responsibility, but the comics industry has a responsibility too. I, as a retailer, have a responsibility to get the appropriate material to the right audience, and without knowing what's in comics. Now, if parents want to come in and tell me that I should sell anything to anyone, I guess I would acquiesce to that, but not like it.
So
but
what
I
do you
don't
want?
think parents feel that way.
What do you want, censorship?
No, of course I don't want
a rating
censorship.
system?
I would like to have, number one, when we order these comics, for the publishers to tell us what is going to be in them. That Green Arrow comic that we saw, DC told us that that could be sold to children, and when we received it, there was nothing there to tell us it could be. It was labeled mature reader. DC says mature reader means you can sell it to kids.
Would you resist a rating system?
I think it would be self-defeating, and I think, again, in Marvel's case, they have a de facto rating system in the sense that you have separate imprints, in the way the mainstream publisher would have separate imprints. But also, I think you notice in films, when you have PG and R, the tendency is to push to the heavier and heavier material.
I'm gonna have to stop this, guys, and end it like so many of the comics do, with a little blurb at the bottom, to be continued. Yeah, Mr. Claremont, Mr. Saunders, thank you both.
Fans of the Caped Crusader, Batty.
Obsessive in his anger and fixation on revenge. But will he be portrayed that way in a new movie from Warner Brothers coming out in June? Many hardcore fans are afraid he won't. They have been writing hundreds of letters to Warner Brothers since they found out about the man cast as Batman.
The controversy is whether an actor like Michael Keaton, best known for roles like Mr. Mom and Beetlejuice, can pull off the part of the Caped Crusader.
I think that he's kind of a wimp.
It don't seem that it's right, you know, that you should have a smaller man playing as a Batman.
Well, I'd rather see Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I think Arnold Keaton would be good too.
He needs some muscles on him.
I would have liked to seen a sexier person, you know, a more macho man.
Most Americans remember Batman from the silly camp 60s TV series. But Batman the comic book hero is really supposed to be a tough guy. According to the legend, the young Bruce Wayne witnessed his parents' murder by a criminal and then vowed revenge. He spent the rest of his life preparing himself physically and mentally, and then came across the Bat idea as a way to strike terror in the hearts of supervillains everywhere.
He's doing it for revenge. His parents got offed. They cacked him. He's cheesed. He's going to go out. He's going to kick the crap out of people. He could use a little therapy.
So when Warner Brothers announced a $30 million Batman movie that would treat the Gotham City crime fighter right, hardcore fans were elated until Michael Keaton was named to play the title role.
He's balding. He's short. He's not broad. He's just not there. He's not Batman.
But then this trailer started to play in movie theaters around the country. Theaters reported people coming in just to see the trailer. It shows a dark, serious movie and a tough-looking Caped Crusader.
Now I'm more willing to give it a try. I'm more willing to take a look at it.
Everyone connected with the movie at Warner Brothers refused our request for an interview on the controversy, but director Tim Burton has said he wanted a kind of everyman in the role, a real human being with psychological problems.
If I can just reverse the polarity, send that wave of super energy.
But hardcore fans like Bo Smith of Cerrito, West Virginia, just don't trust Hollywood, especially after the success of the 60s TV show and movie. Bo's afraid Hollywood will just poke fun on what could be a legitimate drama.
If I am wrong and Michael Keaton blows me away, I'll be the first to admit. You can come back here and say, hey, Bo, you were wrong, and I'll say, yes, I was. But I don't think you guys are going to be making any trips back to Cerrito.
And what about TV's Batman? Who would Adam West want in the role he made famous?
Well, naturally, I would have cast me.
Would he play him differently this time? Maybe more like the disturbed vigilante in the original comic books? Would he play him as a nut?
Batman is a nut, you're right. I mean, any guy who runs around in tights fighting crime 24 hours a day, all his life, stays peaked and ready for this is a little cuckoo. His coconut is strange. He is a nut. So you gotta understand that and you gotta play him like that. But I tried to do Batman as a very likable nut. And yeah, well, that's enough of this.
And here's some trivia for you. Michael Keaton is actually the fourth man to play Batman. There were 2 serials in theatrical release in the 1940s. Here is the original, Lewis Wilson. He initiated the role in the 1943 serial Batman. And then Robert Lowry played him in the 1949 serial The New Adventures of Batman and Robin. And of course, there is no Robin in the movie because the comic book company did a poll and the readers didn't want Robin, so they killed him off.
Well, those same hardcore fans know that he's celebrating his 50th anniversary this year.
Is that right?
50.
50? Well,
Yeah.
he doesn't look like he's aged a bit.
Well, and who cares if he's balding? He wears a hat anyway. Coming up.
Soon it will be wham, zap, boom, dad and mom are broke. Not only will the kids need movie tickets, they'll need extra money for Batman gear, from t-shirts to underwear. The megabuck merchandising of a movie is our inside story for today. Holy box office, Batman. Your fans are excited about the new feature-length Batman movie coming out this June.
Bossy it 10 times.
I love Batman. I've always had a crush on him ever since I was a little girl.
For a while I am a superhero. Bat fans are hooked on their hero, plunking down their bat bucks for any bat stuff they can get their hands on. It's all in anticipation of Batman opening at the box office in a boffo way.
I know a lot of people are still into Batman now, and to see it on the big screen would be even better. I've been a fan of Batman since I've been out of diapers.
The Bat cast of the movie is a stellar one. Michael Keaton, Kim Basinger, and Jack Nicholson.
You can call me Joker.
And the movie makers aren't the only ones who hope to cash in on the popularity of this caped wonder.
I'm in business to make money, and we expect to make a lot of money selling Batman merchandise and making a lot of people happy. Right now, we have about 26 different kinds of t-shirts.
Nice outfit.
The buttons have started to hit, and they're very popular now. We're expecting in Batman boxer shorts next week. There's an alarm clock with a bat signal that goes like this. There's pens where Batman chases the Joker through some fluid.
And here's our exclusive first look at the $17 Batmobile, the $25 Bat Cave, and the $20 Bat Wing.
It's not reinventing the wheel. It's taking something that's proven, it's been successful, adding new features to it and updating it, and having Batman of the 90s. That's exciting.
Bat freak Joe Desris, a 32-year-old ad agency owner, has been collecting Bat memorabilia for 23 years, spending over $100,000. He says he's never had it so good.
Collecting in the early 80s was frustrating at times because there was no big push. But now with the new movie, there's a lot of stuff out there.
Now, a lot of these Bat fans were first introduced to their square-jawed champion of justice in 1966 with the Batman TV series.
On the series, it was great. You know, the pow and then the stars.
Bam, boom. The movie won't try to be quite so camp. The producers hope to explore the deeper psychological nuances that make Batman tick. However, not much more information about the film has been forthcoming, as something of a gag order has been placed on the cast.
And I can't say a word because I'm sworn to secrecy.
I ain't talking.
Winged freak terrorizes. Wait till they get a load of me.
You've still got a while to save your money or to borrow some for Bat Day at the movies. The movie opens June 23rd.
You're going to run into somebody new at Taco Bell. He's Batman. And Taco Bell's got him. On 4 collectible Batman cups. Just buy a 32-ounce drink and your cup refills and new cinnamon twists are all free.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
Tell them to drive, fly, or just drop by today to collect your free Batman cups. Only at Taco Bell.
In the months leading up to Batman's release in June 1989, a popular culture phenomenon known as Bat-Mania began. Over $750 million worth of merchandise was sold. Cult filmmaker and comic book writer Kevin Smith remembered, "That summer was huge. You couldn't turn around without seeing the bat signal somewhere. People were cutting it into their fucking heads. It was just the summer of Batman, and if you were a comic book fan, it was pretty hot." Hachette Book Group USA published a novelization, Batman, written by Craig Shaw Gardner. It remained on the New York Times bestseller list throughout June 1989. David Hanneman of the New York Observer categorized Batman as a high-concept film. He believed it is less of a movie, more of a corporate behemoth. The BD Fox ad agency created hundreds of unused logos and posters for promotion, many by John Alvin. In the end, the producers decided on using a gold and black logo designed by Anton Furst and airbrushed by Bill Garland, with no other key art variation, to keep an air of mystery about the film. The logo is also an ambiguous image, which can be either read as Batman's symbol or as a gaping mouth. John Peters unified all the film's tie-ins, even turning down $6 million from General Motors to build the Batmobile, because the car company would not relinquish creative control.
Batman merchandising just here in the States is going to make more than $250 million. Let's send out our version of Donald Trump, who was it Howard the Duck? Donald Trump, Greg Kinnear, right?
Despite its enormous box office success, this movie has troubled a lot of Batman purists. Mostly, they are comic book readers who thought Michael Keaton was all wrong for the role of Batman. They also worried that the movie would be another campy Batman takeoff, like the TV series.
The great fear that a lot of fans have had was that we would not take the character seriously. And, based on the script and based on everything that I've seen of the movie, we're taking the character very seriously indeed. And it's a movie which is kind of dark, kind of violent, also very stylized and entertaining, we hope, but it's not a comedy at all. And so anybody who's nervous about that can relax.
Lately, comic book readers have been engaged in a Batman feeding frenzy of sorts. Stores all over the country have stocked their shelves with Batman paraphernalia, and vintage Batman comics have soared in value. Some might call this hoopla a typical merchandising gamble pegged to the release of one major movie. Comic book experts see it differently.
I think we're going through a very long cycle right now where it will catch on, and I think the success of the Batman movie will help, of course. It'll keep the interest with the media. I think that it will continue. As long as the product is quality, and we do have quality material out there, I think the comics will continue to grow.
If it worked, and I feel pretty confident I did what I had to do, I put the bat on the ball, so to speak, no pun intended, I may actually, ironically, retire the jersey on it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I may say, this is it, or this is mine.
Batman is only the first of a string of major studio movies that will borrow both heroes and storyline from the comics.
It's certainly a renaissance as far as the development of comics, the proliferation of movies devoted to comics, with Dick Tracy coming out, Little Orphan Annie, Brenda Starr, so many. As I understand it, there's a full dozen major characters that are under development by the studios.
Well, comic books are like a storyboard. You have the whole thing right laid out before you. It's very cinematic, and I think that's what Hollywood's finally discovered, that comic books are a walking, talking storyboard. It works perfectly.
It seems a natural progression that studios are looking for properties which are big, splashy, action-oriented, the kind of thing that works better on a wide screen than it does on a little square box. And also the kind of thing that's, more entertaining to see with an audience than it is by yourself. And so since, comic books really seem to fit the bill in terms of providing that kind of entertainment, it seems to me a pretty natural progression. It seems like a natural thing for movies to look toward.
You want to take the large one?
Yeah. Retailers selling Batman paraphernalia say there's a rat in the Batcave. They say a counterfeiter or counterfeiters are trying to sell non-sanctioned bat gear to store owners.
He said that he had a shipment of, thousands of shirts coming into him from New York.
Merchant Guy Steele is just about the purest of the purist when it comes to hawking bat gear. He turned the counterfeiter down cold. Now, some of you might be saying, really, what's the point whether or not this is the good stuff or not? Well, the point is, in a few years, all this bat paraphernalia could become collector's items, but only if it's the good stuff. Ever since Batman paraphernalia first took off all those years ago, DC Comics has held on to the merchandising rights. Now that they've hit pay dirt again, they're not about to let a bunch of jokers rip them off. Warner Communications, which owns DC Comics, has alerted federal authorities to be on the lookout for the counterfeiters.
You want that one?
Yeah. Bat fans say if they come across the fake bat stuff, they won't touch it with a 10-foot bat pole. Would you buy any counterfeit Batman products?
Not if I knew it was counterfeit.
You wouldn't?
No.
Why not? Might be cheaper.
Nah. I'd rather have the original.
Now look closely. This is what the original Bat gear looks like. Retailers say the counterfeiter's version, though, might include eyes and maybe a shorter wingspan. Sherry Woodard, Channel 5 News.
And holy blockbuster, Batman, we have a sneak preview of the Cape Crusaders' first movie.
Hi, Bruce Wayne.
And what do you do for a living?
Steve Kometko begins his special report on summer movies.
All right, big article in the LA Times calendar section yesterday about the amount of money Hollywood studios will spend to promote their summer movies. Tonight, Steve Kometko begins a 5-part look at some of what Hollywood has in store for us this summer. A handful of films which added together have the potential of making this season the most profitable summer in Hollywood history. Could go the other way, too, I guess.
No, I don't think it's going to. It's going to be a big summer. Profitable for the studios means making the audiences happy. That's why there are so many films coming out with Roman numerals after their titles, like Ghostbusters 2 and Star Trek 5. Tonight, though, we're going to begin with one of the summer's most anticipated blockbusters, in spite of the fact that it is not a sequel. The movie is Batman.
Normally, a big-budget movie like Batman would generate lots of pre-release publicity by getting the stars and anyone else connected with the film to talk it up months before its release. But in this case, the studio is taking the opposite approach. Mum's been the word on Batman.
Nobody's seen the picture. It hasn't been screened. You can't read any newspaper column telling you how an audience reacted to it.
Even so, audiences do want to see it.
Batman. Batman's the big one, huh?
Batman? Oh, Batman.
In spite of a kind of press blackout, one CBS reporter did get the man who plays Batman, Michael Keaton, to answer the question of what went through his mind when the part was offered to him.
I thought this clearly isn't me.
Keaton might not have thought he was the ideal Batman, but showing more faith was the film's director, Tim Burton.
He's also got a nuts quality, which you can see him, I could see him putting on a bat suit.
It's a psychological portrait of Batman. It's Batman as a schizophrenic in a way. One person during the day, another person at night.
For now, audiences have to content themselves with just seeing the Batman theatrical trailer, and some fans are going to theaters just to see that trailer. Here's some of what they're seeing. And oh yes, another who's seen the trailer is Keaton himself. His reaction?
I'm a knockout, aren't I?
You'll be able to see for yourself whether Keaton is a knockout and whether the Joker gets the last laugh when the movie opens on June 23rd. Tomorrow night, as our series continues, we'll have a look at a sequel that's being released 5 years after the original, Ghostbusters 2. The movie I want to most see this summer is Batman. I'm dying to see it.
All right. And we're going to see to it that you can go.
Oh,
we've arranged
Thank you very much.
Batman movies, Batman shirts, Batman shorts, Batman toys. Wham, bam, zowie, right in the wallet. Big buck movie merchandising, our inside story for this Tuesday, March 21st, 1989.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Tesh.
And I'm Mary Hart. We'll get to today's inside story in just a moment. But first, two television news anchor women.
Money. Soon it will be wham, zap, boom, dad and mom are broke. Not only will the kids need movie tickets, they'll need extra money for Batman gear, from T-shirts to underwear. The megabuck merchandising of a movie is our inside story for today. Holy box office, Batman. Your fans are excited about the new feature-length Batman movie coming out this June.
Bossed you 10 times.
I love Batman. I've always had a crush on him ever since I was a little girl.
Bat fans are hooked on their hero, plunking down their bat bucks for any bat stuff they can get their hands on. It's all in anticipation of Batman opening at the box office in a boffo way.
I know a lot of people are still into Batman now, and to see it on the big screen would be even better. I've been a fan of Batman since I've been out of diaper.
The Bat cast of the movie is a stellar one. Michael Keaton, Kim Basinger, and Jack Nicholson.
Another $50 on T-shirts, hats, and posters as you're walking out. That's right, movie merchandising is raking in the dough almost as fast as the movies themselves.
T-shirts, hats, posters, for sale, Indiana Jones.
Of course, the idea of movie merchandise is far from new. Felix the Cat was the first movie cartoon star back in the late teens and early 20s. They merchandised him like crazy.
What is new is the way merchandise is being sold.
two studios have gone into the mail-order catalog business with great success. And several companies are selling their tie-in products right at the theaters where the pictures are playing.
We went through, 350 shirts here in about 3 days of Batman shirts, not including pins, buttons, keychains.
It certainly seems as if merchandising is a can't-lose business, but it's not. No one knows if a film will flop until it opens, and if it bombs, so do its tie-ins. And even a hit is no guarantee of success. Roger Rabbit was a smash in theaters, but a flop in the toy stores. Apparently, people didn't find him lovable enough to want to take him home.
Generally, it is very rare when a movie-based property makes a tremendously successful toy line. I think we saw it with Star Wars. We saw quite a bit of it there, but generally, single movies in and of themselves have not generated hit toy lines.
Kenner's Ghostbusters line has been a rare exception, but the 5 years between movies have been filled in by a TV cartoon series, and that's kept the interest alive. So what's hot right now? We asked a woman who decides what to buy and promote at Macy's department store in New York City.
Right now, the I Love Lucy doll is very, very popular. So is Dorothy and the Tin Man, the Wizard of Oz characters.
Aha, oldies but goodies. In fact, The Wizard of Oz and another 1939 movie, Gone with the Wind, are enjoying greater merchandising success today than they did when they were first released 50 years ago. And speaking of 1930s movie stars,
your Shirley Temple doll comes all dressed up and just loves to have tea parties with her very own Shirley Temple tea set.
Shirley Temple, whose dolls made millions in the depths of the Depression and enjoyed a revival in the 50s and 60s when her films came to TV, is back in the doll business. Only now, limited editions sell for $90 apiece. And at the Shine Gallery in Los Angeles, where collectors pay hundreds, even thousands, for movie and cartoon character merchandise from the past, who's the hottest property?
Without a doubt, King of the Mountain is Mickey Mouse. Now, then, and probably forever. Followed by the other Disney characters, and then, of course, strong seconds are the other cartoon characters.
So it looks like the classic stars and characters are really the biggest hits, and that includes Batman. After all, he's not new, he's just making a comeback.
And if you want to get a jump on the next big merchandising boom, well, start buying old Dick Tracy memorabilia right now. Because when Warren Beatty's new Dick Tracy movie comes out next year, it's going to give Bat-Mania a run for its money. Leonard Maltin, Entertainment Tonight.
The experts say the way to collect for the future is to buy what everybody else isn't buying. If the T-shirts are selling and the ties are not, buy the ties because they will be scarce later on.
This is Showbiz Today, live Tuesday, February 28th, 1989.
This time it is to the big screen. Warner Brothers is spending millions to bring millionaire Bruce Wayne and his alter ego to life. Is this a gamble for the studio? Will Batman pay off? Will there be bat hysteria? Sherry Claypool has this bat update.
Gotham City's finest is back. But don't look for the Caped Crusader at the same bat time or same bat channel. He's once again a movie star, and he's got a lot of stress on his bat wing. Estimates are that the final price tag for the Warner Brothers movie will be in the $30 to $50 million range.
I think that Warner Brothers has a great deal of its hopes for 1989 riding on Batman.
Batman does have its fans.
He has a lot of courage in him. He's pretty cool. He's one of my favorite heroes.
But are those fans a little younger than Warner Brothers would like?
For my kids, probably. Not for myself.
Marketing consultants say Warner's will have to sell the movie. Batman alone isn't enough draw, but the star power will help.
Joker. You've got Jack Nicholson, who I think is probably the consummate actor working in the business today, and you got a young director named Tim Burton coming with Beetlejuice, and I think when you put all those elements together, you got a chance of having a pretty good movie.
But star power isn't a guarantee for a hit. Remember Ishtar? A bomb estimated to cost upwards of $40 million. It starred Dustin Hoffman and Warren Beatty.
This is some of our best work.
Unlike the TV series, which took a campy look at the dynamic duo, the movie promises to stick closer to the comic book version, which takes the Caped Crusader very seriously. This is an 80s Batman. Just look at how the Batmobile has changed. More is riding on the movie than just ticket sales. A huge merchandising effort is going on. There's the Batcave, the Batplane, the Joker doll, and what kid wouldn't want his own bat rope after seeing this? The one thing missing from the Batman movie hype is Robin. The dynamic duo is now an uno.
Robin has lived 70. How much more did he want out of life?
The best-known Batman, Adam West, has a warning for Bat wannabes. Beware of typecasting.
When you wear a mask and funny tights, it gets a little frustrating from time to time, and I was turned down for a number of parts over the years, I feel, because of that.
Talk about fiendish plots. Oh well, Warner's is busy on a plot of its own, hoping for Bat-Mania to strike at the hearts of all law-abiding citizens this summer. Sherry Claypool for CNN Entertainment News, Hollywood.
When hearing the sounds of cash registers ringing for their big summer release of Batman. Not by a long shot. Movie Time sent our roving corresponding reporter Christopher Chisholm out, and he found several merchandising maniacs who just can't wait to start counting the profits. The Masked Man isn't going to be just in the theaters. He's going to be everywhere. Chiz will tell you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christopher Chisholm for Movie Time, standing in front of the Golden Apple, which is a famous comic book store here in Los Angeles, and also the Batman headquarters for the summer of 1989.
We've been establishing ourselves as Batman headquarters for Los Angeles, and we have a complete array of merchandise. We deal with the suppliers directly. We tend to get in stuff as soon as it's released. We right now have 26 different kinds of T-shirts. We have posters, we have buttons, pins, candy dispensers, hats. As soon as it comes out, we have it. Right now, we probably have maybe 50 or 60 different kinds of things. Of course, there's the comics, and there's been 600 issues of Detective Comics, and there's a Batman comic. There's a lot of different special comics, graphic novels, things like that.
I see you have a lot of Batman displays out right now.
Sure. Well, as Batman headquarters, we're celebrating Batman's 50th anniversary this month. We have a full display of Batman memorabilia that collectors have donated, with dolls and plates and phones and cowls and pictures and doormats and things from the past as like a precursor of what might be available in the future.
One of the hottest products promises to be a new Batman doll.
Our company manufactures dolls, and this is one of the products that we're doing currently right now. It's been one of the hottest licenses that we've had in the last 6 years that the company has been around. It has just been incredible. The Batman, they figure, with the movie coming out in July, is just going to be the number one item.
In fact, according to the experts, the pre-movie release Batman merchandise will differ significantly from that offered after the movie is in theaters.
I think that the merchandise that we're seeing on Batman, the early T-shirts and memorabilia that they're releasing, reflects a generic Batman and is trying to appease people that like both the television show, the current comic book.
I think everybody has great affection for both the comic and the television show, and is very hopeful that the movie will be as good as the trailers. The trailers have been astounding successes, and people, I understand, have been going to other movies just to see the trailers, and people come in here going, wow, I saw the trailer, I saw the thing on television the other night, and it was terrific, and I can't wait to see the movie.
The people buying Batman merchandise range from casual buyers to serious collectors, and even a celebrity or two.
I happen to be a collector of old comic character buttons. I go back to the 1890s, the yellow kit, but I also try to keep up with what's currently on the market. I can see that they've just brought in a new shipment. This is probably the 30th or 40th different version of Batman button that's come out in the last couple of months. So that certainly is a very hot merchandising item. I can see that there are a lot of T-shirts. I see people all over the city walking around with Batman T-shirts. So unquestionably, they're doing a brisk business there too.
And that's it from the Batman headquarters of Los Angeles.
Well, holy box office blockbuster Batman, he's back on the big screen this summer. Bat reporter Greg Lefebvre gives us a sneak preview on this latest hit by the Caped Crusader.
Batman Lives, 50 years of crusading for peace and justice. The Caped Dark Knight is celebrated in a half-century retrospective at San Francisco's Museum of Cartoon Art. By coincidence, the exhibit's opening is timed with the release of the Warner Brothers movie.
And what do you do for a living?
He changes with the times and survives.
I'm Batman.
Steve Englehart wrote Batman comics in the 1970s. He's credited with changing the character of the Joker from a bumbler into the maniacal meanie he is today.
Wait till they get a load of me.
The whole story of comics is that you're walking down the street every month and a supervillain leaps out of an alley and tries to kill you. And Batman, with his dead of night
lurking on the rooftops under the full moon, is really the epitome of what comics are about.
Author Mark Catavaz wrote a 50-year history of the strip. He says Batman endures because he is the continuation of folklore heroes like Paul Bunyan of the last century.
I mean, there are all these images that come out of folklore. Batman's an urban character. We're an urban society. And he sort of typifies our hopes and dreams and aspirations as an urban culture.
Like most comics, Batman works because it is escape.
It's a compelling world unto itself. And when you pick up a Batman comic, you agree to go into that world and you accept its dictates, its dimension.
Mike Friedrich lived in that fantasy world at age 18, writing Batman strips, like the now legendary Silent Night Christmas episode.
Normally it would take maybe a week to write a story, and that one took a month, and it was half the size of a normal story, so I made 1/8 the income that month. But we were very, very proud at the end of it, of the final results.
Friedrich today is an agent representing comic book artists, including some who draw for Batman. The adventures of the Caped Crusader are fueling a $400 million industry that's growing by 25% each year. And who's buying all those comic books? The industry says that 70% are purchased by people over 21. Greg Lefebvre, CNN, San Francisco.
Little Rock is beginning to look a bit like Gotham City. We'll explain, if we have to, right after this.
Holy Bat-Mania. The movie Batman hasn't even premiered here yet, but it's already the talk of the town. Bat-Mania has taken Arkansas by storm. Jerry Jackson has the story.
KKYK and Kevin Miller, I got your chance to see the big movie Batman this weekend. Are you ready?
Oh, okay, yes. I can't wait to see it.
Good.
When the Joker laughs on the Batman soundtrack, the calls come in. KKYK is giving away free Batman movie tickets, and tickets are already going fast for tonight's sneak preview. This is the most talked about movie of the year, but not all the talk is good. Longtime fans expected a hump. They got Michael Keaton, then they got mad.
The mental image of Michael Keaton as Batman, and a lot of people don't like this simile, but I would have to say it'd be kind of like casting Pee Wee Herman as Superman.
Ironically, even the fans who don't think they will like the movie can't wait to see it.
I will have to see it to be convinced that he will really be another Batman.
But this means you are going to the movie?
Yes, definitely.
Should Batman decide to take wing and go shopping, he could easily say, holy merchandising. Shoes, shirts, towels, dolls, toys, clothes. And look out, Ma, there are bats in the bathroom. Retailers are betting that a box office bonanza will mean a sales jackpot.
We've had a lot of interest, people coming in the door and immediately saying, where's your Batman merchandise, where's your shirts, do you have hats?
And the Batman movie publicity hasn't hurt comic book sales, where it all began. Collectors say the movie is much truer to the original vengeful Batman personality than the 60s TV series was.
He's a much more serious character. He's very grim in the comic books, and I think this new movie's going to reflect it quite a bit.
Batman's 50th anniversary just might be a batty good year. Jerry Jackson, Channel 4 Eyewitness News.
Well, tonight at 10, you'll just have to settle for the state capitol.
You remember that old saying, flying like a bat out of, well, you know the saying. Well, that's the way people are flocking to retail outlets to get their share of Bat-Mania.
Now, what do you think?
Retailers think it's wonderful, and they pulled out all the Bat stops. Bat shoes, Bat towels, Bat shirts, Bat mugs, and none of the Bat goods are hanging around.
Well, like the Joker t-shirt, I wish I had one here to show you, but obviously we've had a couple of orders of those come in. They're gone. The hats are gone. I mean, it's just certain items that just continue to go.
More than 100 companies have been licensed to sell the Caped Crusader, not the movie, but the merchandise. Even his royal purple badness, Prince, has come out with a soundtrack. More hype for a movie that hasn't quite left the Bat Cave yet.
I think it's going to be rad.
Really? What's rad?
Radical.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. And kids aren't the only ones experiencing holy cow syndrome. The older generation has been keeping this McKinney Avenue Bat Gallery pretty busy. Old movie marquees, Batman miniatures, buttons, and yes, comic books are going like Batcades.
Batman's become hip and cool, and people can come out of the closet and admit that they read Batman and that comics are in vogue now.
Theater employees will probably clean up in overtime this weekend. People have been trying to buy tickets now since early this morning. So as the fever builds, Batman is already in the bag, retailers say, and if the movie's a hit or not may not even matter. Now, Batman will open in some 2,000 theaters nationwide this weekend, and considering all the money they spent on the hype, the movie producers are hoping that they too can scream "Holy cow!" That is, when the box office receipts are totaled. Larry Mullins, Channel 5 News, at a theater near you.
Busy night, huh? It's every movie maker's dream come true. Long lines of paying customers queuing up on opening night. So why are you here?
Because we like Batman.
Well, I've been a fan of Batman for almost all my life.
I'm a diehard Bat fan.
It seems everyone has to see it or wear it on shirts, hats, whatever. Batman is a phenomenon, but why? Batman is a superhero. He takes us back to our youth, but it's more than that. Warner Brothers, the company that made the movie, has carefully created a tougher Batman, one that harks back to the comic book character rather than the TV Batman. That's a hit with comic book fans.
The movie is in more line with the original character that the author intended, not like the TV series that assassinated the character.
And Warner Brothers has used plenty of slick advertising, merchandising agreements, and promotional deals. They've also managed to get millions of dollars in free publicity from the media. This sells the film to the more mainstream moviegoer. Ad man Ed Gibbs says it's all designed to create a frenzy.
That they're ready to jump on it, and they're ready to feed it. And if they get a frenzy started, they certainly are capable of feeding it. All of a sudden, the media can find everything they want to know about this movie. That's all been prepared.
Gibbs says all the hype is good for getting the first wave of moviegoers to the theater. After that, he says any movie needs word-of-mouth advertising in the form of good reviews. And Batman seems to be doing fine in that department, too.
You're going to really enjoy it. It's going to be a surprise to you, I tell you.
Mike O'Connell, Toledo 11 News.
And related paraphernalia I have. So I would say that in the last week or so, Bat-Mania has peaked.
Who do you think did it? Some joker?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, some joker obviously nabbed Batman in the dead of night. It could have been anybody. Anybody. It could have been... Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was a fraternity prank. Maybe it was some kids. Maybe it was some jokers looking for a good time. I don't know. Maybe it was a criminal, an arch criminal.
You know what I think the world needs now? More hype about Batman. And this week's dosage comes courtesy of Comic Book Confidential. This is a new documentary that actually chronicles the entire history of comic books, and it features this talk with the author of The Dark Knight, Frank Miller.
There are a very few, maybe only 2 or 3 comic book characters that have been created that have stood, 5 decades of time and have been adapted 2 different times. With Batman, you've got a character you can describe in just a few seconds. Parents were murdered by criminals. He's warring on crime for the rest of his life. His motive is there. He looks great, and he is so simple in his design and in his concept that he's open to an incredible number of interpretations.
Good stuff for you Bat-maniacs. Well, time for the number 2 film, and still making money, cowl over gloved fist, is Batman. Now, believe it or not, this is Kim Basinger's first hit movie ever, at least in the United States. And Kim says that hitting it off with the Caped Crusader felt great, and so does he.
Given the people from 2 to 92, say women, for instance, say, oh, the little kids say, oh, he's my hero, and then you grow up a little bit and say, oh, he's a cool dude, I love that rubber suit. And then the women have grown into, the little girls have grown into women, they go, oh, it's a very sexy suit. I mean, it really is. So I rather like rubbing up against it,
We're looking to sell anywhere from between 2 and 3 million posters.
Right now, Batman outsells similar items about 3 to 1, and the movie just makes it 10 to 1.
Nice outfit.
Every item imaginable, from buttons decorated with your favorite Batman characters to a blinding variety of posters. There will be computer games, along with the clothing to wear while playing them. The Bat has taken flight.
So there's a historical frame of reference that the parent knows, that the child knows, that the grandparent knows, with a whole new thrust because it's a whole new cast of characters, and I think familiarity brings sales, not contempt.
Wait till they get a load of me.
A big load. Converse is shipping more than 200,000 pairs of Joker and Batman tennis shoes to stores across the USA.
Batman is a very solid character. It's been around for 50 years. It's got a following among millions of loyal fans, both children and adults. And with the Batman movie, it was a very solid investment for Converse.
Oh, really? You don't know what's in there? Heidi Lichtenstein and Jim Shaw just couldn't wait to open the big box from the big truck.
There it is.
Look at these bicycle shorts. Look, how cool. And the duo is peddling the couture de Cape Crusader, operating their business on a Batwing and a share of the profits, as the hype heats up for the June 23rd release of the new Batman movie. Now, battalions of Bat fans are swooping down too, trading cash for the flash of the cowled crime fighter. You want to talk to me, Giselle? Okay. Should we do like this?
Yeah, I like that.
We have that one, but we also have the crop top.
Yeah, let's see the crop top.
Everybody loves Batman, and so everybody loves the clothes. At least one wasn't so sure, but he kept his pants on anyway. But another put her money where her zeal is. Because I love Batman. He's cool.
And Bat-Mania is already out of control. It's estimated Warner Brothers stands to make $250 million, not on the movie, but on the merchandising alone. More news later.
To mark the occasion, Teresa Lucanis joins us live from the Americana Theaters in Southfield with a sneak peek at what many predict will be the film sensation of the summer. Teresa?
Dana, I think the marquee says it all for Bat fans. Finally, Batman the movie is here. This is the film they have been waiting for. And tonight's special showing at the Americana at 10 o'clock was a sellout. The Caped Crusader has inspired one of the hottest new looks in T-shirts these days, and Bat fans certainly dressed the part tonight as they lined up early to be among the first to see their heroes return.
10 o'clock, the truth for Batman. Are all those people waiting now? You're kidding.
You see, Batman and a lot of these folks go way back.
But this is an old shirt. It's not one of the new ones. We got this years ago, so we're old Batman fans.
It's Bat-Mania this summer. Everyone wants to see this movie.
Probably because we grew up with Batman and we're all familiar with it, and it's good to see a hero come back and, you know, and save the day.
But Michael Keaton as Batman shares star billing with Jack Nicholson, whose Joker is really what?
He just reflects, he is the Joker. They had to have him in mind when they made the movie.
And Warner Brothers is banking on the fact that the movie will only whet the appetites of real Bataholics. They've come out with mugs and a whole catalog of Batman memorabilia. In fact, there is even a 1-800-BATMAN number in here to get your merchandise to you faster. And some of these people are not just Bat fans, they're Bat fanatics. Excuse me, what would ever possess you to do that to your hair?
I love Batman. You know, I would be Batman if they let me. I'd be Batman if I had a cape. I'd be Batman. Yes, yes.
Yes, folks love Batman, and I'll tell you, already people are lining up to buy tickets to the special 12:20 showing of Batman this morning at the Americana. There are 8 showings daily, as you can see here at the Americana, so I guess Bat fans don't have to settle for the same Bat time or even the same Bat theater starting tomorrow. Reporting live from the Americana in Southfield, Teresa Lucanis, TV2 Eyewitness News.
Teresa, we understand the show really opens tomorrow night, full-blown opening Friday night, right?
Correct. Tomorrow is the official opening. Tonight was kind of the sneak peek.
Okay. Thank you, Teresa. The film Batman, as we said, officially opens tomorrow at movie theaters here and across the country. And Bat-Mania will sweep us this summer, I
We
think.
already had a couple of attendance records broken in the past week or so. Looks like number 3 is on the way.
Man, it's coming out this summer. What do you think it's going to be like?
Oh, I can't wait. I love Michael Keaton. He's one of my favorite funny people. And I love Jack Nicholson, and I love the trailer. I love the whole thing. I'm ready to go.
Oh, it's going to be live, man. It's going to be live. I'm going to come see it.
The trailer was better than the movie we just saw.
How do you think Michael Keaton's going to be as Batman?
Sexy. Very sexy. Oh, he's just a gorgeous guy. He has great legs and everything.
Michael Keaton's a great actor, so I'm really excited to see it.
What kind of Joker is Jack Nicholson going to be?
Nicholson, like I say, he's great all the time, so I think he is a Joker, so he's probably just going to play himself.
I mean, with Jack Nicholson in it, I mean, how can you go wrong? I mean, especially his makeup, that's great, man.
Jack Nicholson is casted as the perfect Joker. Michael Keaton's adorable, and my husband will just be counting the minutes to see Kim Basinger.
But the only thing I could have changed about it was letting me play the babe.
Kim Basinger, yeah, I can see either you or Kim Basinger.
What she's got that I don't have?
It's just so intense with, you know, how he comes swooping in on all these scenes in that car, man.
I like the Batmobile. And,
Yeah?
Why? I don't know, it's pretty cool.
Yeah?
I love the Batmobile. It looks so cool. I wish I could ride in it.
And what was your favorite part of the whole trailer?
When Michael Keaton comes in and says, "I'm Batman."
I'm Batman.
So be sure to get your popcorn early so you don't miss the Batman trailer. It may be better than the movie that follows it. I'm Christopher Chisholm for Movie Time.
Capes and action figures already on sale. Maybe it doesn't really matter whether the Batman movie's any good. But folks lined up in L.A. to be among the first to compare the 60s TV series with the late 80s extravaganza.
What do you guys think of Michael Keaton as Batman? Is he as good as Adam West?
Better, way better. Adam West. Adam West was not good.
Yeah, I don't know about Adam West. With his tights on and everything. I don't know about Adam West.
I was a Batman fan from TV and the comics, and it was a lot different than I expected. It was funnier than I expected. A little disappointing. Because I guess if you're growing up watching the comics and reading comics and watching the TV show, it's a lot different than I expected. I thought it would be, it was a little corny. I thought it would be a little less corny.
Fans of Philadelphia can line up for Batman dues. Guys who wouldn't be caught dead in Batman tights or jammies can sport the telltale bat on the back of their heads. A judge ruled a Chicago man went too far masquerading as the Cape Crusader. The judge said Ron Rooting may not parachute in public wearing his Batman suit. The judge said the jump would violate Warner Brothers' copyright on the Bat character. Rooting must be content to wear his Bat suit in seclusion.
Overall, not bad.
Batman is an entertaining eyeful. Director Tim Burton and his top-notch production crew have created a series of incredible images. Unfortunately, though, a lot of the on-screen sizzle ends up having less impact than it should. No, the problem is not in the stars, it's in the script. Michael Keaton was an unconventional choice to play the title role, but he acquits himself very effectively in a badly underwritten part. Keaton hints at the disturbing kinks and potentially dangerous quirks in his character, but too much of his motivation is left sketchy and shadowed. Just the opposite is true of Jack Nicholson, who steps into the psychological spotlight as Batman's arch-enemy, the Joker. Nicholson uncorks a magnificent, maniacal performance. He blows everybody off the screen. Nicholson is the bad guy, but the movie stacks the deck in his favor. The result seems as unbalanced as the killer clown he plays. This movie is a morality play that doesn't live up to its potential, but for all its flaws, it's illuminated by many moments of brilliance, and they make Batman well worth seeing.
Batman was criticized by some for being too dark, but nonetheless received generally positive response from critics. Batman grossed $2.2 million in late-night previews on June 22, 1989 on 1,200 screens, and grossed $40 million in 2,000 theaters during the opening weekend. This broke the opening weekend records held by Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which had had a 4-day Memorial Weekend gross of $30 million on the previous month, which had a 4-day Memorial Weekend gross of $37 million the previous month, and Ghostbusters 2, which had a $29 million 3-day weekend the previous weekend. Upon opening, the film would go to reach the #1 spot above Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Batman also set the record for a second weekend gross of $30 million, also the second biggest 3-day weekend of all time, and became the fastest film to earn $100 million, reaching it in 11 days, 10 days plus late-night previews. The film closed on December 14th, 1989 with a final gross of $251 million in North America and $160 million internationally, totaling $411 million. Although Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade made the most money worldwide in 1989, Batman was able to beat The Last Crusade in North America and made a further $150 million in home video sales. Box Office Mojo estimates that the film sold more than 60 million tickets in the US.
Batman. The critics call it spectacular, says Gannett Newspapers. Gene Shalit says Jack Nicholson is colossal. CBS TV says it's a terrific time at the movies. And Rolling Stone magazine declares it a triumph. You can't take your eyes off it.
Where are you?
I'm Batman. Critics rave Batman could be the movie of the decade. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Comic books and into the movies, the Caped Crusader opens his newest adventure in Bat-Man, one of 4 new movies we'll be reviewing this week on Siskel and Ebert. I'm Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times.
And I'm Gene Siskel of the Chicago Tribune. Our first film is the eagerly awaited Batman, and although it's far from perfect, it's the first summer spectacular that I've really enjoyed. I think that has to do with it not being a sequel, and also that there's some true originality in the film's art design, sound, and performances. As been reported, this is a darker Batman, not at all like the campy 60s TV show. Jack Nicholson stars as criminal Jack Napier, here out to rob a chemical factory with the police and Batman, Michael Keaton, in pursuit. Jack Napier turns into the twisted character of the Joker after Batman throws him into a vat of acid, scarring his face. Thus, natural enemies are born. Out of uniform, Batman, of course, is millionaire Bruce Wayne, who draws the attention of photographer Vicki Vale, played by Kim Basinger. She's tipsy at the end of their first date. The 3 main players are brought together when the Joker tries to disfigure Vicki Vale with acid as part of his crime wave. The film plays down Batman's paraphernalia, save for the last act, a confrontation between Batman and Joker in the street and sky above Gotham City. The Batwing plane looks like a little model there. So does the Batmobile in some shots. Director Tim Burton obviously wants to recall the original comic book look as well as tell a more adult kind of story. And that adult approach is what I found so refreshing about this Batman movie. We have so many films these days that are being made for the teenage audience. Films that look like overblown TV shows. Here's a picture with adult stars, troubled characters, and a dark look. It's a shame that that approach has to be considered a risk these days, but I'm certainly glad the approach was taken. I enjoyed this Batman.
You said you enjoyed it more than any of the other entertainment pictures this summer. I certainly didn't think it was as much fun as the Indiana Jones film.
More for me.
And
I've been through that one before.
As I looked at it, the thing that struck me most of all was the art direction. Gotham City in this movie is one of the original places in the movies. I thought it was very well done. It reminded me of places like Metropolis in the movie by Fritz Lang, or the futuristic Los Angeles in the movie Blade Runner by Ridley Scott. So I thought that the art direction was sensational. I thought the special effects were good. I thought those buildings looked like they went up 1.5 miles into the sky. I thought the dark film noir look of the film was very nice, but I didn't care about anything that happened in the movie. I never really found that these characters became people that I could get involved with. I felt that Nicholson, as the Joker, went on way too long. He was on too often. He was doing the same thing over and over. I found the relationship between Bruce Wayne and Vicki Vale didn't work at all, Kim Basinger and Michael Keaton. In fact, when she's in the Batcave and she sees for the first time that Bruce Wayne is in fact Batman, do you remember what her reaction was? She had no reaction.
I think
they left the reaction out of the film. They didn't even care that she was surprised.
No, she knew, and I think there are indications throughout the picture that these people know who they are in other lives, in other alter egos kind of situations.
Well, I don't.
It's very true between Batman and Jack Napier at the beginning of the film. When they give each other knowing looks, they're setting up a battle for the future.
Well, Gene, the thing, whether she knew who he was or not, is part of the suspension. In these movies, all of these movies, the superhero wears a mask that covers the top half of his face. It's like RoboCop. Well, anyone can see that it's Michael Keaton, but the whole deal in the movie is that you're not supposed to notice that until the person takes off the mask and you say, oh my God, it's Bruce Wayne. So she didn't know.
That isn't the whole business of the picture. I thought that the Bruce Wayne character was a fascinating guy. Rather than playing this as a strong man, I thought it was interesting to show this guy as sort of conflicted and nervous about it, and that's why he goes into this big pose.
Well, that's a modern touch that I wasn't surprised about. I'll tell you this much about the film. It's not only a dark film, which you're right about, a film noir, but also there's a great deal of hostility and anger in this film. There's a great deal of bad feeling in it. And it's not a film for children. You call it an adult film. Another way to put it is it's not for kids.
I don't think so.
Extremely disturbing film.
Don't you find that? Well, wait a minute. Aren't you glad to be disturbed? And you know how I mean that.
I would have been then glad to be disturbed by a film that made me care, that was able to get to not only use its special effects, but to encompass and surpass the special effects with a story. Because the one thing Spielberg knows in his special effects pictures is you've got to have strong characters and a strong story, or the special effects simply become something nice to look at.
I felt that I had entered a complete world, a psychological world, and a visual world. I bought it. The ending runs on too long. That I agree with you in story construction. It's that problem of the third act that a lot of action pictures have.
Well, I admire, as you know, we can agree on one thing. We admire the look of the picture.
Yeah.
We just don't know if it. We don't know. We agree on whether it works or not.
We don't agree.
We don't agree.
Right now at Taco Bell, you can collect free Batman cups, like a free Batmobile cup, or a free Batwing cup. 4 cups in all, free, with free refills and free cinnamon twists every time you buy a 32-ounce drink at Taco Bell. I want you to tell all your friends about me. I'm Batman.
Batman, also known as Batman the Movie, is an action video game developed and published by Ocean Software based on the 1989 film of the same name. It was released on the 11th of September 1989 for the Commodore 64 and the ZX Spectrum with Amiga, Amstrad CPC, Atari ST, MS-DOS and MSX versions following soon after. There is also Batman the Video Game, which is a platform video game developed by Sunsoft for the Nintendo Entertainment System featuring the DC Comics character Batman, which is loosely based on the 1989 film of the same name.
Here is Batman. Het videospel. De jacht op de joker kan beginnen. Dring door tot in de kathedraal en grijpen. Speel Batman op je Nintendo. Batman. Nintendo. Now you're playing with power.
There is also Batman the Arcade Game, which is a horizontally scrolling beat-em-up arcade game developed by the Amiga team in 1990. Published by Atari Games in North America and Europe, and published by Namco in Japan. The storyline is based on the 1989 Tim Burton feature, with various promotional photographs taken by Murray Close were used to decorate the cabinet.
Be careful.
Tiger puts arcade action in the palm of your hand.
games like Batman. Choose your weapons in this 4-level game of action as you jump from rooftop to rooftop trying to get through 6 vicious henchmen to get the Joker. But can you defeat him to win? Also available, Tiger's Batman Risk Game for the time of your life. Tiger LCD video games. Video excitement in the palm of your hand.
Game. Blouses.
And the man who wrote the Bat music has a secret life all his own.
Who could ask for more? Everybody's coming with your body at the door. Nobody that's so happy.
Prince's Bat Dance went to #1 this week, and his album Batman has been at #1 for 4 weeks now. But as correspondent Dale Haramoto reports, there was more to the score of the movie than the songs on the charts. Danny Elfman, the lead singer of the group Oingo Boingo, is the musician who gave Batman its mood.
I had that simple ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, and all you had to hear is ba-ba-ba-bum-bum, and there he is, there's Batman. This is just a copy of some of the music, some of the original music. And you can see I have my timing notes on the top. This is where Batman appears, this close-up. Here we have the bad guys. He shoots a thing out.
If the mood of the summer smash movie Batman truly is dark and brooding, a lot of the credit goes to composer Danny Elfman. As a matter of fact, Elfman has scored a number of films. He helped with the circus sound in Big Top Pee-wee and give a supernatural feel to Beetlejuice.
How important is the musical score to a film?
There's some films where the music really has to carry the audience through the movie, has to tip them off as to what to feel, and gives an expression to the scenes.
Elfman, the film composer, is also Elfman, the performer. His band Oingo Boingo has been rocking audiences for the last 10 years.
I love doing rock and roll, and nobody believes me when I say my first priority is still Oingo Boingo, is still the band. Yet, but I'm in the middle of a tour, I long for the simplicity of just writing pure music.
With 10 films under his belt and over 10 years with the band, Elfman is fortunate not to have to choose between films or live performance.
Well, no matter which one I'm doing, I'm really dying to do the other one again. That's why I really want to keep them both going, and I really do love them both.
In Hollywood, I'm Dale Haramoto, USA Today.
Elfman's Batman soundtrack was released today. It features the London Symphony Orchestra, and on the album cover, the Bat plane over Gotham City.
Batman really turns out to be a very watchable picture, and a big part of what makes Batman's thin but moody comic strip storyline so watchable, I think, is the rich but unobtrusive musical score, which was not composed by Prince, as confusion has led many to think, but by another rock and roller named Danny Elfman of Oingo Boingo fame. Elfman created every note in the overall 75-minute Batman score by closing himself up for about 6 months in a little computerized studio tacked onto his Topanga Canyon hillside home, where he sat for hours on end making the picture work with the music.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Scoring Batman put Elfman under enormous pressure, since the score he had to write was the last element in a major movie that had been years in the making, a multi-million-dollar project that ended up depending on the grease pencil checks marked on a cardboard chart by Elfman, who still thanks his lucky stars that the main theme came to him early.
I mean, I'd written the real simple, very, very simple theme, and from there it was pushing it into all these different versions. That in a nice kind of romantic, dark, minor key, and then again we'd hear it later in a very up, major march with drums behind it. So I actually use about 5 different inversions of that melody, and then I have other melodies that it leads to, but it's all based around that very simple little melody.
There was, of course, a lot more to it than just that simple little melody. In fact, Elfman admits that he was emotionally consumed by Batman for the better part of a year. Yet the first music from Batman that actually reached the public was a song by Prince that isn't even in the movie. A confusion of terminology between the words soundtrack and score has left the impression with some that Prince scored Batman, even though his so-called soundtrack album is just a collection of songs about characters in Batman, and only snippets from 2 of the songs are actually in the picture.
Does it not just frustrate you a little bit when people have, there are people walking around with the impression that Prince did the score to Batman?
Oh yeah, I know. That was aggravating before the movie came out. And it got aggravating, even though I knew he would get lots of publicity, and that's natural. He should. He's a big star, and to get involved in the film this way is very unusual. Usually, if they have a couple of songs in the film, there'll be different artists. So even just to have more than one song by the same artist and a major artist is very unusual. So it's inevitable, and especially with somebody like Prince, that would get lots of publicity. And I didn't care about that. Publicity, in that sense, I don't care one way or another. But when I want to get credit, Then when he started getting credit for my work, I said, whoa, wait a minute, that's one step too far.
And it's not like Batman is his first musical credit. As the co-founder of a rock band originally called the Mystic Knights of the Oingo Boingo, and now one of the West Coast's hottest groups, Elfman has authored dozens of songs, including their all-time favorite, Dead Man's Party.
It's a dead man's party. Who could ask for more? Everybody's coming, leave your body at the door. The peace of mind.
And he can sing, too. Batman, by the way, isn't Elfman's first big movie credit either. He started 5 years ago, in fact, on Pee-wee's Big Adventure, and since then he has scored 10 different movies, including things like Back to School, Scrooged, and Beetlejuice. Batman being his first action film, and the one to really make Danny Elfman famous, I think, as the composer of music for movies. He will be remembered.
Did he get this role because of what he did in Beetlejuice?
Sure, Tim Burton.
The other soundtrack was written by rock and roller turned composer Danny Elfman. Entertainment reporter Steve Kometko has more.
For more than 10 years, Danny Elfman was a struggling rock and roller fronting what has become a popular and successful band, Oingo Boingo. Now Elfman is becoming just as well known for his other day job, composing movie scores like Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Elfman has also written the music that accompanied the goings-on in Beetlejuice, Scrooged, Midnight Run, and most recently...
15 years of hardship. 10 of those years I probably didn't even earn $2,000 a year. I mean, you know, we're talking like down on the bottom. And to get a lucky break on this side, maybe it helps equal out the big scale.
Many people mistakenly believe rock superstar Prince wrote the Batman score. True and false. Prince contributed some songs. Elfman wrote the remaining 75 minutes of music. Now, there are 2 soundtrack albums.
I think it would have been, personally, a little clearer if one album was called Songs, Batman Songs Soundtrack, Batman Score Soundtrack. And I think that's the reason why it's so confusing.
Elfman's life is booked for the next year, scoring 2 more movies while working on a new Oingo Boingo album. On the Music Beat, Steve Kometko, Channel 2 Action News.
Burton hired Danny Elfman of Oingo Boingo, his collaborator on Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Beetlejuice, to compose the music score. For inspiration, Elfman was given The Dark Knight Returns. Elfman was worried as he had never worked on a production this large in budget and scale. In addition, producer John Peters was skeptical of hiring Elfman, but was later convinced when he heard the opening number. Peters and Peter Gruber wanted Prince to write music for The Joker, and Michael Jackson to do the romance songs. Elfman would then combine the style of Prince and Jackson's songs together for the entire film score. At the encouragement of Prince's then manager Albert Manoli, it was agreed that Prince himself would write and sing the film songs. Burton protested the idea, citing, "My movies aren't commercial, like Top Gun." Elfman enlisted the help of composer Shirley Walker and Oingo Boingo lead guitarist Steve Bartek to arrange the compositions for the orchestra. Elfman was later displeased with the audio mixing of the film score. I'm not putting down England because they've done gorgeous dubs there, but this particular crew elected not to. Batman was one of the first films to spawn 2 soundtracks. One of them featured songs written by Prince, while the other showcased Elfman's score. Both were successful, and compilations of Elfman's opening credits were used for the title sequence theme for Batman the Animated Series from 1992 to 1995, also composed by Walker. Bat Dance is a song by American musician Prince from the 1989 Batman soundtrack. It was released in June 1989 by Warner Brothers. Helped by the film's popularity, the song reached number 1 in the US.
Keep busting.
She is great, isn't she?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I wanna bust that.
Stop.
Party Man became one of the 2 Batman singles to perform better in the UK, where it peaked at number 14, than the US, where it peaked at number 18.
Party Man!
Party Man?
Now you know, get around. Body how if you wanna party. Gather round. Everybody hail a new king in town.
Batman, now on video cassette.
Who's this guy?
Batman. Wait till they get a load of me.
Wrap up the holidays with Batman. The gift you want to give, the gift they want to get. Batman on video cassette, for sale at stores everywhere. Wrap up the holidays with the perfect gift. Give them what they want. The movie of the decade.
Who's this guy?
The smash hit of the season.
I'm Batman.
Can somebody tell me what kind of world we live in where a man dressed up as a bat gets all of my press?
Batman on video cassette. The gift you want to give. The gift they want to get. Specially priced at stores everywhere.
It's here, now on video cassette. Batman. Call toll-free and we'll send this Batman video to your door for just $19.99 plus shipping and handling.
What are you? I'm Batman. Get those wonderful toys.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Batman on video cassette for just $19.99. Call now and this Batman pin is yours free.
Hold it! Hold it right there! Let's see if you're really ready to watch this movie. Okay, popcorn? Check. Soft drink? Check. Warner Brothers ball cap? Aha! You can't watch a Warner Brothers movie without a Warner Brothers ball cap. Listen, Doc, what if they ordered a Warner Brothers ball cap so they had it next time? Well, here's all you have to do, folks. Just send for this.
A new Warner Brothers catalog.
Use it to order your Warner Brothers ball cap. And while you're at it, you can order stuff like T-shirts, posters, movie books, ties. That's neckties.
It's all in the catalog, which you can get now by dialing this 900 number.
So when you get a chance, call...
No, they have to call now. They can't watch the movie until they order their new catalog.
You're despicable. Don't forget to call, folks.
Batman has been released on various formats, including VHS, Laserdisc, DVD, and Blu-ray. In an unprecedented move at the time, it was made available to buy on VHS in the United States on November 15th, 1989, less than 6 months after its theatrical release, at a suggested retail price of only $24.95, although most sellers sold it for less. It was first released on DVD on March 25th, 1997, as a double-sided disc containing both widescreen and full-screen versions of the film.
It's here, now on video cassette. Batman. Call toll-free and we'll send this Batman video to your door for just $19.99 plus shipping and handling.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
Does he get those wonderful toys? Wait till they get a load of me.
Batman on video cassette for just $19.99. Call now and this Batman pin is yours free.
Here's a riddle for you. What's black and gold and soon to be seen in living rooms all over the country? Why, of course, it's the Batman video. And here's our very own boy wonder, Mike Randall, with the story.
He was boffo at the box office. Chances are he'll find victory at the video stores. I feel a little underdressed for this story. Aha, that's more like it. 15 million copies of The Caped Crusader were released last night at 12 a.m., creating midnight madness in video stores locally and around the country. There hasn't been this kind of chaos since the Cabbage Patch Kids. Holy bankroll, Batman. Warner Brothers stands to rake in over 350 million bat bucks on this one. If that doesn't make video store owners smile, nothing will. How's it selling?
Like hotcakes.
Glad to hear it. Warner's asking $24.98 for the flick. Some stores like Video Factory are parting with it for a mere $17.99. If you ask me, it looks like some folks would pay any price to pop the Black Knight into their VCRs.
I didn't ask.
I'm lusting after Michael Keaton and a 9-year-old son that has to have Batman.
It'll wear out soon. I'm sure we'll buy another one.
Well, my kids are dying to get out of school to see the movie.
Well, it may look like an ordinary videotape, but then looks are deceiving. Make no mistake, my friends, this is the videotape of the decade.
That'll be $17.99, Batman.
Oops.
Oh, he is clever, isn't he, old Mike?
Mike or Batman?
No, well, both of them. Certainly. I'm surprised it's out on video already. It was just in the movie house. Theater.
Maybe they can make more money that way.
Last seen, the high-tech remote-control sedan was rolling down Sunset Boulevard. The driver of the car is described as a man of average height in grotesque clown makeup. Police have narrowed it down to either the Joker or Ronald McDonald. Commissioner Gordon had no comment.
To discourage rentals and encourage people to buy Batman and take his cartoon craziness home for keeps. Batman is the earliest video release for a major movie yet, reaching the stores only 4 months after its theatrical debut, and upsetting many of the country's smaller theater chain operators who are still playing Batman on the big screen.
We were concerned and that we were, disappointed that they did move up the release window on Batman.
The ill will with some theater owners was obviously a calculated risk, taken with bigger stakes in mind, namely cashing in on the Christmas gift market by presenting the Batman cassette as an ideal stocking stuffer, all in hopes that E.T.'s all-time home video record of 15 million copies sold will be broken by the Caped Crusader and his arch enemy with the nasty laugh. Now, the early cassette release may give Batman a chance to break E.T.'s home video sales record.
Whatever happened to Batboy and whatever the heck, or whatever the kid was called? Oh, he's up for the presidency of Warner Brothers? Huh. Okay, anyway, earlier tonight, it was a lot more exciting here. They had a Batmobile, the one I saw when they shot the movie near London, England in January. Lots of hoopla as tens of thousands of Batman tapes are shipped out. 3,500 in this store alone. At the Music Plus chain, they're shipping 50,000 Batman tapes. Now, whether that'll be enough to carry them through, who knows? It may not be enough. There may be a rush, or people may have had their fill of it. Anyway, anyone out there who hasn't seen these? Thank you, Batman. Thank you very much. Good luck. Sell those tapes. I know Goober, Peters, and Columbia need the money badly. Only $250 million so far the movie's made. Back to you in the studio.
Who was he talking to there? Who was Gary talking to?
We'll have to ask him.
The movie of the decade. Available on video cassette. On sale beginning Wednesday. At Target.
Collecting a Taco Bell Batman cup is easy. Just stop by.
The Batman action figures released by Toy Biz in 1989 include Batman and Joker figures, which were part of the tie-in with the 1989 film, and additional figures such as Bob the Goon, Batmobile, and Batwing were also released. The figures were produced in low-quality plastic and were based on the earlier Kenner figures.
And now you can bring all the action of Batman home with the Batmobile, action figures, and more. Each item sold separately from Sharon Toy.
Batman, now you can bring his battle against crime home.
Batman, haha, you missed. Yeah, but I only missed once. You can't escape Joker. Just watch if you can. You won't be alone for long.
Meanwhile, back in the Batcave.
No criminal can hide from Batman. Batman, gotta run to jail.
Batman from Hornby.
Batman's battle against crime never ends. And now you can bring the action home.
Batman, haha, you missed. Yeah, but I only missed once. You can't escape Joker. Just watch if you can. You won't be alone for long.
And in the Batcave.
No criminal can hide from Batman. Batman, gotta run to jail.
Each item sold separately from Toy Biz. Batman's battle against crime never ends. And now you can bring the action home.
Batman, haha, you missed. Yeah, but I only missed once. You can't escape Joker. Just watch if you can. You won't be alone for long.
And in the Batcave.
No criminal can hide from Batman. Batman, gotta run to jail.
Each item sold separately from Sharon Toy. There's something new in Gotham City.
Wow!
It's Batman, like you've never seen him before.
Hey, Joker, a batarang surprise! Missed me, time for a change. That disguise won't work, Joker. No, try this. So long, Batman. That's it, wings out. Fire! You've got great new weapons, Batman. But I don't run out of tricks. You'll need them.
Batman, the Dark Knight Collection. Batman, like you've never seen him before, each sold separately. It's Batman, like you've never seen him before.
Wow! Hey, Joker, a batarang surprise! Missed me, Batman. That's it, wings out, fire! I never run out of tricks. You'll need them.
Batman, the Dark Knight Collection, each sold separately. The call goes out.
The Joker's broken into the Gotham City Bank.
Bruce Wayne goes into action as Batman with his Bat-Cycle, like you've never seen him before.
Wow! You're finished, Joker.
Each sold separately from Batman, the Dark Knight Collection. There's something new in Gotham City.
It's Batman.
Like you've never seen him before. Figures and vehicles sold separately.
Flashy duds, Batman. My tech shield suit protects me. Even against this sludge, your poison can't hurt my tech shield suit. Bye, Batman. Think again, Joker. My Batcopter, fire! Where does it get these great weapons? You're finished, Joker.
Tech Shield Batman, Batcopter, and Joker sold separately. Part of Batman, the Dark Knight Collection. It's Batman.
My latest Crime Stoppers. The new rapid-fire crossbow.
Amazing, sir.
Now my batarang blaster. Right on target. Criminals can run, but they can't hide from Batman.
The Dark Knight Collection, each sold separately.
Your days are numbered, Joker.
It's Batman, like you've never seen him before.
I've got a new armor set with a protective shield. An armor glove with 2 rocket launchers. I've got new weapons that will stagger your imagination. A sonic neutralizer with 2 power settings. 1 to stun, 1 to immobilize. Check this out. Signal belt, walkie-talkie, binocular, and freeze ray. Together, the ultimate crime control unit. Look out, Joker. I'm armed like never before. And I'm gonna get you.
The Dark Knight Collection, each sold separately.
Tell me, how does a man dressed like a bat get all the attention?
With my incredible wall scaler, Joker won't be laughing for long.
How special!
And don't forget my crime attack batarang. Fire!
Isn't that swell?
Now let's really stop your smile. Iron Witch into action. You're finished, Joker.
I just wanted a little attention.
The Dark Knight Collection, each sold separately. Batman, the legend lives on. It's Batman, like you've never seen him before.
Wow! Hey, Joker, a batarang surprise! Missed me, Batman. That's it, wings out, fire! I never run out of tricks. You'll need them.
Batman, the Dark Knight Collection, each sold separately.
RPMs, RPMs. It's Batman and Joker in their ultimate showdown, racing their Batman RPMs through death-defying stunts. Only the winner will survive.
Bullseye for Batman. Black eye for Joker.
Batman RPMs from Tonka.
And now you can bring all the action of Batman home with the Batmobile, action figures, and more. Each item sold separately from Sharon Toy.
Somos la nueva galleta. Toda la fuerza de... En esta poderosa galleta de chocolate, deliciosamente rellena. Galleta.
And what number are we starting with? Is it going to be 1 week, 2 weeks, a year, 6 months?
We're going to do it in 5 days.
Any officer in this city that is proved to have done anything wrong is going to be out so fast he will not know what hit him.
Do you have the guts to steal the Batmobile? Find out Sunday between 6 and 8 p.m., 5 and 7 Central, when you see the MTV logo transform into the Batmobile. Call the 900 number on the screen immediately. The Batmobile and $25,000 in cash could be all yours, courtesy of MTV.